This Parliament is back in session. Please be seated.
Questions to members of the government. The elected member for Red Bay to ask the Honorable Premier, Minister of Financial Services and Commerce, question number 6.
Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question. I see question number 6 here. Did you say 8? Okay, 6.
Item 8 of business. Question
Item 8
6.
of business. Thank you, sir. Can the Honourable Premier, Minister of Financial Services and Commerce, advise Parliament in relation to the proposed acquisition of CIBC Caribbean Bank Limited by the Bank of NT Butterfield and Son Limited? A, whether the government has engaged or intends to engage with relevant banking institutions regarding the implications of the proposed acquisition for employees in the Cayman Islands, and B, what assurances, if any, have been received or will be sought concerning the continued employment, fair treatment, career progression, and protection of Caymanians currently employed by the two banking groups.
Honourable Premier.
Evening, and thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for the question. The answer. In relation to the proposed acquisition of CIBC Caribbean Bank Limited by the Bank of NT Butterfield and Son Limited, hereinafter just described as the banks, I wish first to make clear that this is a proposed commercial transaction between two regulated financial entities. It remains subject to customary regulatory and shareholders' approvals, including consideration by the Cayman Islands Monetary Authority in respect of the Cayman Islands aspects of the transaction. CIMA, in considering any such application, will assess the matter in accordance with its statutory mandate, including whether the proposed transaction gives rise to any undue risk to the public interest, the financial system, or the reputation of the country. With respect to Part A of the question, the government recognizes that banking consolidation can raise understandable questions for employees, customers, and the wider community. The Ministry of Financial Services and Commerce has therefore engaged and will continue to engage as appropriate with the banks to understand the implications of the proposed transaction for the Cayman Islands, including for employees based here. Public statements issued in connection with the proposed transaction indicate that Butterfield intends to maintain both organizations' operations footprints and ensure continuity for customers and employees. The government welcomes that indication. It's also important to recognize that the transaction remains at an early stage, with completion expected in the first half of 2027, subject to customary regulatory and shareholder approvals. Any integration decisions will therefore need to be considered in due course by the banks themselves within the applicable legal and regulatory framework. With respect to Part B, the government will, in due course, through proper engagement, seek to understand the approach being taken by the banks in relation to employees in the Cayman Islands, including Caymanian employees. This will include matters such as communication with staff, fair and lawful treatment, and continued opportunities for Caymanians as the transaction progresses. The government's position is to respect the commercial nature of the proposed transaction and the independence of the regulatory process, while maintaining a keen interest in the welfare of Caymanian employees and the stability and confidence of the financial services sector. The government will remain engaged as necessary, and I will update the House should any material developments arise.
Member for Red Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Premier for that response. Mr. Speaker, I wonder if the Premier was made aware how long both institutions would be maintained once the transaction, if the transaction is completed and the purchase is done. Did they indicate for what period of time after that both sites would be maintained with staffing?
Honorable Premier.
Mr. Speaker, from the conversations that I've had, they're still considering that question. But I'm happy to continue to ask it, and we could report back later.
Member for Bordentown West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Premier for his answers thus far. Through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Honourable Premier, has there been any discussions with the banks with regards to jobs that are already currently outsourced overseas about bringing some of those Caymanian jobs back to Cayman? I'm sick and tired of calling Canada and elsewhere. Thank you.
Honorable Premier.
I have asked in discussions for that to be considered, sir.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition, elected member for Georgetown Central, to ask the Honourable Minister of Cayman Employment and Immigration question number 7.
Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition and elected member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I ask my question, I want to acknowledge our guests in the gallery. Welcome. And
That'll come under that item of business and everything. Let's stick to questions right now, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, can the Honourable Acting Minister state the Ministry's current policy position regarding the continuous employment and severance entitlements of workers who are transitioned from permanent contracts to successive fixed-term contracts upon reaching pensionable age in light of the recent standard rulings by the Labour Tribunal?
Honorable Acting Minister for Cayman Employment and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the member for the question. Mr. Speaker, the answer: the Ministry of Cayman Employment and Immigration confirms that its policy remains unchanged following the recent Labour Tribunal decision concerning severance pay under Section 75 of the Labour Act 2021. The Labour Tribunal decision does not set a precedent that must be followed in all future cases, unlike a binding decision of a higher court. The Tribunal's decision may be persuasive where similar facts arise, but it does not bind other tribunals or even the same tribunal hearing a different dispute. Each case is heard independently on its own merits. The fact that this Labour Tribunal decision was not heard by the Labour Appeals Tribunal because the notice of appeal to the Labour Appeals Tribunal was lodged outside the 14-day statutory deadline does not render the Labour Tribunal decision binding. It simply means the decision is final and enforceable between the parties to that case, unless further action is taken in court. Because the facts differ from case to case, a previous severance award cannot be assumed to govern all future claims under the Labour Act. Nevertheless, the government is considering amendments to the Labour Act to provide greater clarity on the entitlements of persons who reach pensionable age. These amendments form part of a broader labour and pension reform initiative that will be progressed through extensive public consultation in the coming months. Finally, and I know the member knows this, but just for clarity, it may be worth noting that this matter does not affect the civil service, as government employees are not covered by the Labour Act, their employment is governed by the Public Service Management Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition and Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Only rise to say thank you to the Honorable Acting Minister for the comprehensive answer. Appreciate you.
The Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition, elected member for Georgetown Central, to ask the Honorable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure, question number 8.
Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition and elected member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 8 on the order paper standing in my name to the Honorable Minister of PAHI. Can the Honorable Minister provide a status update on the proposed road project intended to connect the junction of Eastern Avenue and Godfrey-Nixing Way through to the waterfront on Seafarers Way, and specifically outline the current stage of planning or construction and the expected timeline for its completion?
Honorable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agricultural, Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, the Godfrey-Nixon and Seafarers Collector Road project has advanced significantly over the past year, with many of the original property and compensation matters now resolved and a substantial portion of the roadway completed. For example, sections between North Church Street and Diaz Lane is substantially completed, and the final negotiations are underway, and the ministry remains committed to working with all parties to bring the project to a successful conclusion and deliver this important connection between Eastern Avenue and Godfrey-Nixon Way and the waterfront of Seafarers Way.
Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition and elected member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can the Honorable Minister give any detailed timelines of completion?
Honorable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, at this time it would be very hard to give a detailed timeline of completion because we are dealing with direct lives and people that we have to, with the final purchases of homes to move, to be able to get out, to be able to purchase the property to move. It's not just raw land that we're dealing with, so it takes some times of transitioning from getting people to transition out of their home into another home. And what I can say is the final negotiations between the last settlement that was out at the end of the road has basically come forward now. So we should be well on the way now to be able to catch that, the last two that's there. And I think there's one settlement that's remaining without calling the individual's name or anything, but I think the member may know who that is that we're talking about. But once that one is completed, we will be in there to be able to demolish all of the homes that's in there. The land transactions with some of the other neighbors that wanted to kind of swap land for land instead of getting purchased for cash was already completed. That was passed in cabinet, and there's one or two other individuals that are due to get their cash very shortly once we have a finance committee.
Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition and member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank the Honourable Member for giving some updates, and I know it's rather complicated for the ministry to complete under the current NRA legislation and compulsory acquisition of land. Can the Honourable Minister say, because he did identify there's particular plots upon which some of my constituents are impacted by, can he give some indication of resolution to the payment for those affected by the land acquisition by the NRA for the road?
Honorable Minister for Planning, Land, Agricultural, Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I think I did clarify that we're waiting on a finance committee to kind of close off on some of the other deals that are there. So.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition and elected member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad the Honourable Minister have identified that to have expected Finance Committee appropriations outlined in the next Finance Committee to resolve this problem. And I see indications by the Premier nodding his head, so that's good. My last question is, can the Honourable Minister say what kind of problems is causing the resolution? I am assuming that there may be some disputes on the valuation components where families may not be willing to accept, because it's easier to take raw land, as you highlighted, but it's harder when people are in their homes, and then the dispute about the valuation of it. Is there any ongoing disputes within the valuation process of the current regulations? And if so, have you had any considerations of changing those laws or regulations in respect to that?
Mr. Speaker, just because there's ongoing negotiations and talks, I don't want to get deep down into this and make people think that the government's going to run and change the law before they get dealt with. I will prefer to just stay out of that matter while the negotiations is continuing to happen. As I did mention, a lot of what's holding us up now is just the stages for being able to make the purchases, which we need the Finance Committee to get the money to go to that next step. But again, between now and that next step, anything can change. And I don't want somebody to go and say that they heard the minister say this on there and then they pull back from the negotiation stages, because this road has taken us quite some years to get where we're getting. Because what happened is, when we went to gazette this road, what we should have did is just did the full purchase out at one single time. And yes, we do need to make some adjustments somewhere down the road. But again, we are getting very close. I would say we've been waiting over 5 years now, 6 years for this road, maybe a little bit longer than that. But this is the way that you have to when you're dealing with individuals in homes versus taking land directly. It's a lot harder than to just go and say you're taking somebody home, throwing them out and don't have nowhere to put them. And to make sure that they're getting a fair compensation at the same time. What we do, if somebody feels they're not getting a fair compensation, we can send it to the magistrate for the magistrate to make the final decision on that. And what we have done now is a lot of these land claims, not just particularly this one that we're talking about, but a lot of land claims now that we can't get resolution on, we're forwarding them on to the magistrate so we can do a cleanup exercise and get this all these land claims sorted out.
Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition and elected member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will stay away from the complexities of negotiations and to respect the Honourable Minister, because he's right, it's very complicated and can cause problems for the government. My last question, Mr. Speaker, can the Honourable Minister say, based on the upcoming Finance Committee that I'm assuming he's doing an appropriation for, that there will be adequate enough money requested that there will be enough money to resolve the land issue so that the road can be completed? Have you gotten enough support from your colleagues to get the relevant amount of money so that the money is not an issue per the land acquisition so the road can be done?
Honourable Minister of Agricultural, Lands, Planning and
Mr.
Housing.
Speaker, what I can say, there's several land acquisitions that we're dealing with throughout the whole island. And what we're doing is a cleanup exercise. Some of these land acquisitions going on for 10, 15 years. What I can say is a lot of them that the previous government has done has been paid up in time. But what we're doing now is to try to bring everybody forward that we know we owe money to for so many years and try to get the cleanup. And this does include individuals in that one. So the money that I'm requesting is hopefully is enough to be able to cover everybody that we can go forward.
Next question.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition, elected member for Georgetown Central, to ask the Honourable Minister of Plahi question number 9.
Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition and elected member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 9 on the order paper standing in my name to the Honourable Minister for Pahi. Can the Honourable Minister say if any traffic impacts were considered in the approval of the new Grand Hyatt Hotel adjacent to the wharf, and if so, what steps are the ministry taking to maintain safety and traffic flow despite the area's narrow road infrastructure?
Minister of Planning, Lands, Agricultural, Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that the grant hired application was supported by a traffic impact assessment prepared in accordance with the National Roads Authority guidelines, and the assessment included that the development would have minimal impact on the surrounding road network and key neighboring intersections. And the study did suggest that dual turn lanes may be warranted in the future to maintain accessible traffic flow as traffic volumes are increased.
Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition and elected member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Honourable Minister, for that answer. Can the Honourable Minister give us some details as to what kind of adjustments will be done in that area, or give us, the listening audience, an opportunity to visualize or prepare for what to expect? I don't know if you were debriefed on the design. Is it going to continue to just be an in and out? Is there going to be any alterations to the main road itself?
Honourable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agricultural, Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, at the moment, I don't have any design work that I can share with the member right now on what's going to be the changes look like over there. What I am pretty sure of is that NRA has already taken that into consideration. But and if they do have something, I'm always happy to provide that by email to the member if he wants it.
Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition and elected member for Georgetown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to say thank you to the Honourable Minister for providing those details and ask him to not only provide it for me, but for all members of the opposition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You're not allowed to make any statements. That was a statement. That was not a question.
The elected member for Red Bay to ask the Honourable Minister of Plahi question number 10.
Elected member for Red Bay.
Speaker, thank you. Before I ask the question, my share file is acting up, so if there's a written copy, I'd like to receive it, please. Question number 10, sir. Can the Honourable Minister advise what unpublished policies or guidelines are applied by the Central Planning Authority when considering applications for developments containing more than 2 dwelling units or commercial developments within areas zoned low-density residential?
Honourable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agricultural, Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, there's no unpublished policy or guidelines applied by the Central Planning Authority, CPA, when considering an application as outlined in questions. The CPA applies the tenets of the Development Plan Statement and the Plan and the Development Planning Act and the regulations when determining such applications. In particular, the CPA gives due regard to the provisions of the Regulations 9.3, which permit the placement of non-residential use within residential zones in the area deemed suitable or provided that comply with the advertising and the notifications requirement.
Member for Red Bay. Okay. Next question.
The Honourable Deputy Leader of Opposition, elected member for Georgetown Central, to ask the Honourable Minister of Cayman and Employment and Immigration question 11.
Honourable Deputy Leader of the Opposition and member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 11, standing in my name on the order paper, to the Honourable Minister for Pahi. No, my apologies, the Acting Minister for Cayman Employment and Immigration. Can the Honourable Minister say, A, how many people categorized as prohibited immigrants in other countries have been located in the Cayman Islands on work permit or otherwise within the last 5 years, broken down annually? And B, what are the particulars of each person's prohibitive status?
Honourable Acting Minister of Cayman Employment and Immigration.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have to offer apologies to the member asking the question and to the House in respect of our inability to provide an answer at this point on this question. Mr. Speaker, the question involves information that comes from different ministries. It is more complex than it may appear, and there have been a number of issues and concerns around information that has been provided to form the answer, sort of, not becoming, apparently not being as accurate as I would have liked and the ministry would have liked. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's only right for us at this point to offer or undertake to the member that we provide the answer in writing. And of course, Mr. Speaker, this would obviously not allow him to ask supplementary, so we're happy if he wants to provide any kind of supplementary questions that he already has formulated in writing. So, as long, I guess, as it reflects Standing Order 36 or 7. But we'll provide a written answer to all the questions that are relevant to this particular question and the substantive question, Mr. Speaker. But we can't be certain that the information that we are prepared to, or we have right now, is accurate enough to offer that to the member.
Member, will you accept the answer in writing?
Yeah, certainly, Mr. Speaker. Obviously, I wouldn't want them to make public information that is not accurate, so I accept that. But, Mr. Speaker, with your gracious allowance, there is a reasonable supplementary question that is tied to this, but not specific to the data results, which has to do with the data sharing agreements upon which the Cayman Islands were supposed to be in talks with the United States. And that's the primary supplementary question. I don't know if the Honourable Acting Minister is in a position to answer that, because that's the key component to why we are potentially going to have some list upon which you will provide for me at another time. So maybe the Minister can give me an update in respect to that.
Mr. Speaker, I'd be grateful for a minute's indulgence. Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I am in this context willing to indicate to the member that the particular matter that he is referring to in terms of the sharing of information is actually being carried out by Minister Da Costa's ministry, the CBP ministry. And I don't think that they have advanced that yet. So I suppose he could offer an indication, but I think that's correct. So it's best really if we just give the undertaking to respond in writing once we're satisfied on the information. And it may be the case that we're in a position to provide a further response in respect to the supplementary question that he's just outlined. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Deputy Leader of the Opposition and Member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And yes, again, I'm prepared to accept the answer to the supplementary that I asked in writing from the relevant ministry. But naturally, your answer has caused a question that I think can be answered now in respect to your ministry, which would be, regardless of when that initiative is executed, whether or not the ministry upon which you're acting for would have relevant access to that, because upon which that would help prevent the situation upon which my first initial question was proposed, which is catching persons before giving them work permits that have been prohibited immigrants in other jurisdictions. So the question is your ministry going to be co-sharing with the information with the other minister's ministry, who is the lead ministry on that initiative.
Honorable Acting Minister.
Mr. Speaker, yes, I think the easiest response is to say yes, this information will be shared, but there are certain limitations in respect of sharing, particularly along the, sorry, not the sharing so much, but the gathering of this information, because it relates to things like fingerprints and whatnot. So this is an area that is very complex, not very clear at this point, because we're working to finalize arrangements. So there's nothing much more I can unfortunately offer the member at this point. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Next question.
The elected member for Red Bay to ask the Honourable Minister of Plahi question number 12.
Elected member for Red Bay.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Can the Honourable Minister advise whether, considering the housing governance proposals contained in the Public and Affordable Housing Policy and 10-year strategic plan, the government intends for the National Housing Development Trust, or the NHDT, to transition into a new housing authority, or B, continue to operate alongside any such new authority, and if so, what, if any, changes may be proposed to the role, structure, or functions of the NHDT?
Honourable Minister of Planning, Lands, Agricultural, Housing and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, the Cayman Islands Public and Affordable Policy and 10-year strategic plan, which applies to all 3 islands, speaks to creating a new public housing authority to expand government efforts to provide affordable and social housing for ownership and rent, and to expand the types of government-supported social housing beyond the single-family home models used today. Over the past 5 years, NHDT has delivered new homes, advanced several housing developments, and supported Caymanians in building a privately owned land. They have maintained their client and support services while also beginning to reforms aimed at strengthening governance and enhancing future delivery capacity. However, they continue to face challenges due to the increased demand driven by various factors contributing to the housing crisis affecting many nations across, including the Cayman Islands. Despite the constraints, NHDT retained an active role as a government principal affordable housing delivery body for Grand Cayman, and it now has an expanded project pipeline, active developments across several districts, and program for governance and operation improvements intended to support a higher, more consistent rate of housing delivery. However, Mr. Speaker, the NHD is a small organization with a small team, doing what it can within the limited scope. As such, the policy recommends exploring establishments of the Housing Authority to effectively address the housing needs of the Cayman Islands, and therefore it is important for the government to establish a housing authority with the lending components that will meet the demand, with the focus of good governance, improve efficiency, transparency, accountability, and resources requirements to effectively address the housing crisis our country is facing. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to inform the Honourable House that the Ministry of Planning, Lands, Agriculture and Housing Infrastructure is currently in the consultation with relevant stakeholders to explore recommendations in establishing a housing authority, and we will seek Cabinet's approval for the most appropriate course of action.
Member for Reid Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I think I'm understanding if the Minister will just clarify that it's intention that both authorities will continue alongside each other. Is that correct? Or will the NHDT eventually go away?
Minister of Planning.
Mr. Speaker, I did mention it will be a new authority.
Member for Reid Bay.
I'm not being difficult, sir, but I know there was going to be a new authority, sir, but will the National Housing Development Trust eventually fade off into the night? Is it planned for it to be replaced by this new authority? That's what I'm trying to find.
Minister of Planning.
Speaker, the National Housing Authority, let me just put it the easiest way so that we all can understand it. We will rebrand it, and it will just be the moving the National Housing Authority into a new brand, a new vision. Similar like how some people do 2.0s. Same thing. Just a new brand moving into the future. It will be one entity, not two.
Member for Redby.
Sounds like brand new second answer. Thank you. That was all I was trying to determine, so I thank the member for that. And the lending component, will the funding for this be through government, or is he planning to work with banks with regard to the lending component of the authority, or is that still part of the planning? If you could just speak a bit more on that, please.
Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, once again, I'm willing to spread this red carpet out. Mr. Speaker, it will be a little bit of both, I assume. But again, I did mention to the member earlier that I have to carry it to Cabinet to get Cabinet's approval and make sure that they have the full support on it, to make sure whether it is the authority going out and doing the borrowing, or if it would be backed directly 100% as it is by the government right now. And Mr. Speaker, let me be nice.
The elected member for Red Bay to ask the Honourable Minister of Plahi question number 13.
Member for Redby.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I rise to ask the Honourable Minister of Plahi question number 13. Can the Honourable Minister advise which of the 98 actionable proposals in the public and affordable housing policy and 10-year strategic plan will be completed by the end of this term in government?
Honourable Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, that was question number 13, I think, that the member was asking just now.
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, the Public Affordable Housing Policy 10-year strategy plan for the Cayman Islands includes the 98 recommendations divided into the 10 policy sections and 3 categories of immediate, medium, and long term, all containing a range of proposals that address the housing supply, demand, and intersectional planning of coordinations across the interconnected policies area. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1 second. Mr. Speaker, the 10 policy sections are as follows. Immediate term to increase supply by building more houses, making it quicker, easier, and cheaper to build more housing. Medium term addresses the underlying supply and demand side challenges and strengthening the intersectional planning and coordination, subsiding the producing of the rental and purchase of affordable housing, promoting affordable home ownership, subsiding the cost of maintaining the operating of housing. 5, curbing the impact of real estate and speculations on the residential housing market, enhancing the resilience and sustainability, making the needs for investment and infrastructure, serving the need of vulnerable population, addressing the special needs of the sister islands, and creating a more high-paying jobs for Caymanians, which are the long-term diversity of the economy Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing, and Infrastructure is working with relevant stakeholders to determine which recommendations will be prioritized during this term. Many of the recommendations that fall under the immediate terms are planning related, and I'm happy to advise that I have given instructions to the planning team to review the existing legislation, and this will take into consideration the relevant recommendations, additionally, the policy recommendations that the Cayman Islands government launched to enhance the government's guarantee mortgage program to help qualify first home buyers obtain affordable mortgages and assist with upfront down payments and closing costs. I'm also happy to advise this Honorable House that during this term, the Ministry will seek Cabinet's approval to establish the modernized mortgage guarantee program for Caymanians. Furthermore, I'm pleased to share that the Ministry has received Cabinet's approval to issue the drafting instruction and legislative drafting department for the development of the Cayman Islands' first ever Housing Act and accompanying regulations. The Cayman Islands Public and Affordable Housing Policy 10-year strategy plan established a national vision and guiding principles for housing, and a key finding in the policy was the absence of the dedicated legislative framework to underpin, support, and sustain these reforms. Therefore, a legislative framework is necessary, as there is currently no specific legislation to address emerging housing and basic shelter needs, provide legal authority for government intervention, and establish an accountability mechanism for housing delivery. A legislative framework will also enable us to enact the policy's recommendations and to create a new public housing authority to expand the government's efforts to provide affordable and social housing across all three islands. However, Mr. Speaker, I would like to emphasize that this is a 10-year strategic plan, and the recommendations have various estimated timelines ranging from approximately 2 to 10 years.
Member for Redby.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Minister for that response. What I gather, the Minister would confirm that the assessment has not yet been done in terms of what will be, exactly what will be accomplished over the course of this term. That was the root of my question, but I didn't get a specific answer. If it's 10, 15 of the items, of the 98 actionable items, I thought I heard him say the prioritization is happening, so does that mean that there really has not as yet been a determination as to exactly what will be done or what is planned to be done?
Minister of Housing.
Mr. Speaker, since the answers I have given today is not suffice enough for the member, I am happy to provide everything else in writing to the member for Redby.
Member for Redby.
Happy to accept that, sir. I will follow up with him.
The elected member for Red Bay to ask the Honorable Premier, Minister of Financial Services and Commerce, question number 14.
Member for Redby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask the Honourable Premier question number 14. Can the Honourable Premier advise what costs the government incurred or what revenue was given up by central government or any government company with regards to the Out of This World Music Festival that occurred on the 30th of May, 2026?
Honourable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, member, for the question. The government of the Cayman Islands supported the Out of This World Music Fest held on 30 May 2026, which has been confirmed as one of the largest single events in the Cayman Islands. The government's support was deliberately targeted and modest, with all operational and safety services billed directly to the organizers under established cost recovery arrangements. As such, no government revenue was foregone. The early economic indicators provided by the organizers suggest that the event delivered a meaningful and net positive contribution to the Cayman Islands economy. 2 government entities provided direct financial support to the event, each with a specific public purpose. Cayman Islands Department of Tourism, CI $150,000 sponsorship to promote the Cayman Islands as a destination, support shoulder season tourism, and generate international visitation during an off-peak month. And from the Ministry of Youth, Sports, Culture, and Heritage, CI $25,000 grant to support local talent as follows. The Local Talent Fund, CI $10,000 to showcase Caymanian artists, and Heritage Production, CI $15,000 to promote Caymanian culture and heritage within the event program. In addition, Cayman Airways Limited, CAL, provided in-kind support in the form of 32 complimentary tickets, retail value of approximately US $30,000, together with a US $6,000 joint radio promotion in the Miami market. CAL's total hard dollar spend associated with the event was approximately US $7,000. It should be noted that the Miami radio promotion formed part of a wider CAL marketing initiative, which contributed to an increase in Miami passenger loads in May and helped to generate additional revenue for that month. In terms of cost incurred, all public safety and regulatory services deployed in support of the event were provided on a cost recovery basis, as said before, and billed directly to the organizer. While the full economic assessment is still being finalized, the organizers provided preliminary economic impact data to the Department of Tourism. These initial reports are suggesting that the concert generated a net positive economic contribution to the Cayman Islands as follows. Record attendance, approximately 9,600 attendees, making the concert one of the largest events in the Cayman Islands. Direct local investment, organizers report approximately $500,000 CI dollars injected directly into Caymanian businesses across production, beverage, and wholesale accommodation and travel, security and logistics, media and marketing and licensing. Labor support. The concert utilized some 212 persons directly and indirectly across logistics, security, marketing, and hospitality sectors. Broader economic impact, applying a moderate tourism multiplier of 1.8 to the direct local spend, the organizers estimate a total economic impact of approximately CI $850,000 circulating through the local economy. Destination promotion, the concert was held in the traditional off-peak month of May, supporting the government's shoulder season tourism strategy, and the Department of Tourism leveraged the concert to promote the Cayman Islands in key international markets. The government will review the final economic impact assessment once completed and will continue to evaluate the return on its strategic investment in the events of this nature. On behalf of the NCFC government, I want to acknowledge all of the public agencies whose professionalism contributed to the safe and successful delivery of this large entertainment event.
Member for Reedby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just quickly to thank the Premier for his response.
Statements by members of the government.
I have received and approved a number of statements by ministers, one by the Minister of Health, one by the Minister of Education and Training and Economic Development, and one by the Minister of Planning, Lands, Agricultural, Housing and Infrastructure. I'll start with the Minister of Health. Okay. All right. I'll invite the Minister of Education and Economic Development to fill in the gap to give the Minister of Health time to get organized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today is a very good day for us in the ministry. One of our most important statutory authorities and government companies, the University College of the Cayman Islands, has just appointed a new president, chief executive officer. Mr. Speaker, I wish to inform this honorable House that following a competitive recruitment process undertaken by the board of the University College of the Cayman Islands, the board has recommended Ms. Nanalie Solomon Cover for the role of President and Chief Executive Officer of UCCI, and I have, pursuant to my responsibilities under the University College of the Cayman Islands Act 2012 revision, approved that recommendation. Ms. Solomon Cover was unanimously recommended by the interview panel following a comprehensive assessment process. She's a Caymanian senior executive with more than 20 years of leadership experience spanning higher education, aviation, financial services, governance, risk management, compliance, internal audit, and corporate operations. She currently serves as acting president and chief executive officer, and her substantive post, vice president of business and operations at UCCI, and has previously held senior executive positions at Cayman Airways Limited and also within the financial services sector. She brings to this role a strong combination of executive leadership, governance expertise, strategic insight, and operational experience. Ms. Solomon Cover holds a Master of Business Administration in Accounting and Finance and a Bachelor of Business Administration and Accounting. She's also a certified public accountant, a certified anti-money laundering specialist, a fellow of International Compliance Association, and an accredited director, and has completed executive leadership programs in governance, audit, and human resources leadership. Mr. Speaker, UCCI has a vital role to play in shaping the future of the Cayman Islands. It must continue to grow as an institution that is responsive to the needs of our country, aligned with the demands of our economy, and equipped to provide Caymanians with the skills, qualifications, and opportunities they need to succeed. This appointment comes at an especially important time as UCCI moves forward with its upcoming expansion and broader redevelopment, and as it continues to work of ensuring that the institution is strong, sustainable, and fit for purpose. I am confident that Ms. Solomon Cover's experience, professionalism, and integrity will help to guide UCCI through the next phase of development and continue its transformation into an institution that meets the needs and ambitions of the Cayman Islands. This also reflects the importance of qualified and experienced Caymanian leadership. There is a real value in seeing Caymanians rise to positions of national importance based on merit, competence, and commitment. Ms. Solomon Cover's selection is therefore not only a significant personal achievement for her, but also an encouraging example of capable Caymanian leadership at the helm of one of our key national institutions. Mr. Speaker, being the committed mom that she is, Ms. Solomon Cover could not be here with us today as she is overseas for the National Hockey League draft, or NHL draft, with her son Cover, who is a prospect, and we hope and pray he gets drafted. So on behalf of the government, I extend sincere congratulations to Ms. Solomon Cover on her appointment and wish her every success as she leads UCCI into this new chapter. I wish to thank this honorable House, and I hope all members will give her the support that she richly, richly deserves.
Member for Borden Down West, you have a question?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. And This will break me a little bit, Mr. Speaker. I need to turn this into a question now. Mr. Speaker, through you to the Honourable Minister, would he agree? Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, I have to turn to a question. Yeah, through you, Mr. Speaker, to the Honourable Minister, would he agree that Ms. Nanalee's qualifications and I'm just glad you appointed her. That's all I gotta say, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. I'm just happy for her. I can't think of anything. Minister, thank you very much.
Question.
Mr. Speaker, I can help you with the answer. Yes, her qualification experience makes her fit for the post.
Okay. You had your turn. Member for Deputy Leader of the Opposition, member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise on the Standing Order 29-4, which allows for short questions to statements with your approval. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With your gracious allowance, allow me to also, on behalf of the official opposition, congratulate. No. I just waiting for the interruption. Ms. Solomon Cover, because he's given such leeway to my good honourable member from Barntown, I was hoping that he would do the same for me. Mr. Speaker, can the honourable minister say whether or not this is the first Caymanian woman to be in the post with such grace and honour? And congratulations again. So you can answer that question.
Education.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I can confirm that Ms. Solomon Cover is the first female Caymanian to be appointed as President and Chief Executive Officer. And let me just say, Mr. Speaker, that I want to make one thing very, very clear. All of us ought to be looking at all of our SAGCs across this country. Because for too long, we've gone with this notion that unless you have a subject specialist, they can't be appointed. Institutions need strong, ethical leaders who can manage and inspire people to achieve the vision of the entity. And so while she does not have a doctorate, she has her master's degree. She's a certified public accountant with more than 20 years experience. And so I join voices with the members of the opposition. This is a good day for Cayman. This is good for Ms. Cover. And I can say that we are continuing to reappoint new members to the board to inject vibrant, fresh blood, because this institution has waffled for way too long, and it needs to be right-sized so that it can contribute to the economic development of this country through talent development and providing high-quality training and education opportunities for Caymanians. And that's what she's committed to.
Member for Georgetown, member for Bordentown East.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can I ask a question to the Honourable Minister in regards to Ms. Solomon Cover?
Yes.
The Honourable Minister, please say if my good friend Ms. Solomon Cover, with the background in terms of CPA and financial discipline, if that was one of the main reasons she was a good fit based on the past experience of the college.
Mr. Speaker, I can give a personal opinion. I can't say the matrix that was used by the panel, but the matrix that was used by the panel was very, very thorough and comprehensive. I know that the work that was done by the board in developing the criteria and ensuring that it was a robust, world-class criteria, and I can also say that the board, quite rightly, and I'm sure the member for Cayman East would agree with this, quite rightly leaned in to the expertise within the ministry's HR team to ensure that when they built out the matrix and therefore what the interview process would look like and what they were looking for was absolutely first rate, and they have now landed on this decision. Now, her having those qualities to also be the president certainly adds a high degree of value to the post. There's absolutely no doubt about that. It's now down to her and the board working collaboratively to build out the rest of the senior leadership team at the college. A lot of change is needed at UCCI. I will not apologize to anyone for saying that. It's been too long, and I can only wish her the best. I can tell her this: whatever she needs, I'm going to support, but it's an independent organization. The board and the president needs to work cooperatively to make the changes to ensure that we get this organization and entity right size and sailing in the right direction. Every member of this House knows exactly what I'm talking about and why that's so critically important.
Minister of Planning, Lands, Agricultural, Housing and Infrastructure, your statement.
Let me start that over, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to shine the light on the progress that the Ministry of Planning, Lands, Agriculture, Housing and Infrastructure has made over the last 12 months. I would like to take a moment to speak on behalf of the Ministry and the hard-working men and women who push to make things happen every single day. When I came into this cabinet in May last year, I set out to do certain things, and today I am letting the public know what has been delivered, promises made, promises kept. Now, I wanted to be clear from the start. This is not about taking anything away from what we have accomplished collectively as a government. This administration has done great work, and at every turn, we have put people of the Cayman Islands first. I'm sure by now we have all seen the meaningful momentum, the brochures, the highlights of some of our major accomplishments, and we are proud to be part of that big story. But sometimes in the excitement and celebration, the big picture, we miss the details. And I'm not talking about minor details. I'm talking about the kind of details that, had they been overlooked, would have stopped everything in its track. The problems that were quietly solved before anyone else even noticed them, for example, the small victories that kept everything moving. When you stop and actually look back at this past year, it is remarkable. A lot has happened, more than people realize. More honestly than we even sometimes given ourselves credit for. In 1 year, just 1 year, my ministry has shifted, adapted, and delivered and pushed forward in ways that deserves to be acknowledged. Of course, this past year wasn't easy for anyone. But I'll tell you this, when I look at what we've accomplished, I feel proud. Not just proud of the results, but proud of how we got there. With integrity, with teamwork, and with the commitment to progress. Now, Mr. Speaker, as you are very well aware, I have a large portfolio. There's a lot to cover. But before I do so, please, can I have the Sarge just distribute a copy of the ministry's year of review to every member in this House? And no Sarge to be found. Okay. Now, we're going to just go back and say now that you all had a magazine, but you'll soon get it. You gotta look this good to be on the cover of a magazine. Mr. Speaker, people often ask what it means to head a ministry with such a wide portfolio, covering 5 heavy sectors. The honest answer is that they're all connected. You can hand a Caymanian family the key to a home if the land strategy hasn't made that land available. The land strategy means nothing without the data to back it. Farmers can't expand into new plots if the road to get to their produce to the market doesn't exist. Every decision in one sector creates the conditions for a decision in another. And right now, I want you to hear and understand how it all fits together. Planning, Mr. Speaker, let us start with the planning department, or with planning. What we understood very quickly is that planning isn't just one of the 5 distinct responsibilities under the ministry. It is the foundation that makes everything else possible. Without proper planning, you end up with a housing without land, land and agriculture, without tenure, without roads that cannot sustain growth, and a government trapped in a cycle of crisis management that, Mr. Speaker, is not what the administration came here to do. Over the past year, we have done the heavy lifting. We've built the framework. We have established a simple rule. You pass the legislation. Before you sign the contract, you gather the data. Before you draft the policy. That is why, Mr. Speaker, that's why I am deeply disappointed by the conduct of the opposition. We invited them into the room to help resolve a critical, long-standing issue between the Department of Planning and the National Conservation Council. They chose to boycott. They claim to have best interests of the Caymanian people at heart. Yet when it is time to sit at the table and do the actual work, they didn't show up. They go on the radio to complain that the process isn't public. But I ask you, Mr. Speaker, how can we take a proposal to the public before we have even built a viable solution? Many hands make light work, but some members of the opposition prefer the sideline. They explicitly stated they would work with whoever was elected. Well, here we are trying to solve an issue that directly impacted our economy and threatens the very way of life of our people, and their seats at the table remain empty. Is their commitment to this country real, Mr. Speaker, or is it just a lip service? A good friend of mine, a mentor, a person I can call on anytime, once shared a mantra that guided my work every day. Politics must be defined by tangibility, measurability, and visibility. And that is the good Mr. Arden McLean. The great Arden McLean. This administration is delivering exactly that, while some members of the opposition delivered nothing but noise. Over the last 12 months, we have focused on publishing and updated the building codes so that the homes being built meet a standard that we still be fit for purpose. In 50 years, you will remember we completed the environmental impact assessment on the East-West Arterial before breaking ground, so that the road doesn't cost the surrounding ecosystem more than it gives the eastern districts. These examples on their own are not finished products. They are conditions that make the next several years of actual delivery possible. Surely we can agree. You must first lay the foundation before you build the house. And even before then, you must have land, because you can plan all you like, but if you don't control the land, the plan stays on paper. So, Speaker, land in Cayman Islands for at night in a way that carries genuine consequences. As the available footprint shrinks, land prices climb. As prices climb, home ownership moves further out of reach for the average Caymanian. The chain of event doesn't fix itself. It requires a government willing to intervene deliberately and strategically, and sometimes simply willing to buy things before they're gone. Because the other thing about land that is lost to private development is that you don't get a second chance. You cannot renegotiate the public access to a beach in 15 years. So we act now. Mr. Speaker, to turn to page 29, over the last year, we had $25 million for land acquisitions. The focus wasn't on buying land for development's sake. It was on reclaiming public space before it disappeared into the private hands permanently. The work has focused on beachfront access, historical sites, the urban green spaces, the kind of spaces that quietly define what it means to live on the island. And that tend to vanish without fanfare until one day someone asks where they went. Speaker, the Central Scranton Park is one example on page 31. You'll see the breakdown. And 125 acres secured in Kimmerbrook for public use. Mr. Speaker, let me not leave out my district. What speech you talking about? Mr. Speaker, let me not leave out my district. Stick with me, sharp. Because a lot of work is going on in my district. We secured, I'm speaking just directly on the north side now. We secured 14 acres in north side, specifically earmarked for agriculture. And Mr. Speaker, that 14 acres is located in one of the prime agriculture areas in Northside. Mr. Speaker, I could go on for hours and probably talk about Northside, but I'll leave that for another time. But now on page 30, also have something that frankly we should all note. The Residential Property Price Index. The Director of Lands and Survey built this with the support from the International Monetary Fund. And what it gives us is official records of property price movements in the Cayman Islands going back to 1998. The practical effect is this. We can now design housing based on what the market has actually done, not what we think it's done, but financial institutions can make better lending decisions. Families can check whether the prices they're being quoted is reasonable. And the same page 30 also covers the stamp duty reform, directing revenue towards affordable housing and the land-related improvements. On page 31, the Agricultural Land Lease Program, which opened new plots of to local farmers, but I'll come back on that shortly. But the land connection is worth naming right here. Tenure security is the difference between a farmer who dabbles and one who invests. Without confidence in the land, there is no rational reason to put money into it. When we talk about what the Department of Agriculture has been trying to build, it starts with the land, specifically with who can access it and what they can do with it once they can. Agriculture, but let me stop here so I can ask the question. And I want you to be honest with yourself when you answer it. When last did you buy something at the supermarket that was actually grown here? Grown in Cayman soil by a Cayman farmer. Oh, all on the shops on Saturday? Yeah. For most of us, Mr. Speaker, the answer should be not enough. The reality is that more than 90% of us, or 90% of what we eat, comes from somewhere else, and the truth has consequences. The acting Deputy Director of Agriculture noted earlier in my term that it is imports halted, whatsoever reason. We'll have about 2 weeks before the island had a real problem on its hands. 2 weeks of food. That's our buffer, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I'm not going to stand here and tell you we're going to grow everything we need. We can't. Only 2% of our land is arable land. We're a small island with a population, understandably, has gotten used to walking into a fully stocked supermarket that's not changing overnight. But I believe we can produce more local food and give rise to a generation of Caymanian farmers who are actually supported rather than just celebrated at an agriculture show once a year. I entered the public life believing it, and this year we started doing it. In August of 2025, we opened the first government-operated egg production facility at the Department of Agriculture compound in Savannah. I cut the ribbon. The facility isn't competing with the private farmers. It's there to help them. It shows farmers exactly what proper poultry production looks like up close. The housing biosecurity standards with a government extension officer right there to walk you through it. The eggs go to Meals on, all the eggs go to Meals on Wheels, Caribbean Haven, Savannah United Church, and directed to the people in our community who need good food and can't always access it. Behind that facility is the National Egg Strategy Program, the NEST, supporting 17 Caymanian farmers right now with a target to double the domestic egg production and take 40% of that local market. And I put that number in the magazine on page 22 because I want it on record. Moving to page 25. The Backyard Garden Program launched on July the 25th, 2025. We delivered grow boxes to people's doors, soil, seeds, basic guidance, cucumbers, callaloo, tomatoes, sweet peppers, things Caymanian families actually cook with. The plot reached 210 non-commercial and potential agriculture producers across all 3 islands. Sure, one grow box isn't going to solve food security, but 210 households growing something they weren't growing before to get started. So, Speaker, there's a section in here I just want to speak of that's may not be in here if you allow me to. Mr. Speaker, one of the things that we're going to expand on very shortly is to push our egg production, is looking at buying our own reefers at the department where our farmers can bring all of their local eggs there, and we will be able to control the quality checks in Basel before it gets to the supermarket. That way, those farmers that are overproducing, that they can't get rid of what they have an avenue to bring it away instead of dumping it.
Mr. Minister, you need to speed up a little bit, otherwise you're going to get contravene the standing orders for the time for a statement.
Oh, God. Okay, sir. I'm at your grace, sir. Whenever you decide that it's that, that's what it is.
Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, I intend to move a motion to suspend Standing Order 29-4, upon which you just highlighted, to give the honourable member enough extended time for this very vital statement to be read. So just to give you a heads up that when I've been timing the clock myself to ask for a suspension to extend the time period for the honourable member to finish his statement.
But you need to move the motion now because it's getting close.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to move a motion to suspend Standing Order 29-4 to allow the Honourable Minister more time to exceed the 20 minutes to give his statement. Sorry, you're right, 29-3, you're right.
The question is that Standing Order 29-3 be suspended. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. The ayes have it. Standing Order 29-3 is suspended.
Mr. Speaker, just out of procedural process, just so we know that when we try to do this again, do we need a seconder? Because last night we needed a seconder and now we don't. I just want to clarify for the record, is that...
Yeah, actually, that was my mistake. You should have, coming from the opposition, so you do need a seconder for all motions. But...
Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion since the minister is doing some work in my community.
Just for belts and braces, let me put the question again. Question is that Standing Order 29-3 be suspended. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. Standing Order 29-3 is therefore suspended.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the honourable member for that. I'm trying to get back in the friend books. Mr. Speaker, I was just finishing up where we were talking about the reefers that we were going to buy to where part individual other farmers could bring their egg production so we can control the quality of the egg production going forward and be able to keep the standards and rates where we need to go, but be able to keep up with the demand and know what that local percentage is getting to. But one of the other things, Mr. Speaker, that we're going to be doing shortly is we have ordered several types of fruit trees. And we just brought in several hundred coconut trees. Matter of fact, I think the type was the Malaysian dwarf coconut tree. And we are buying several hundred, I would say, lime trees, because we know lime has almost disappeared from the island because of the disease that had plagued toward that. And we have containers of mango trees and other type of different trees that are be coming in. Mr. Speaker, one of the things under the food security program is to make sure that we drop those containers on the ground. And I'm going to give the member for Bordentown West, was the member that contacted me and planted this seed maybe about 1 o'clock in the morning in my head. And he called me and he says, I think he said March would have been the perfect time to actually do a Farmer's Day where we give away to help food security. But we actually missed that deadline. So we decided it was such a great idea. We would continue to push on. And when we had all of the fruit trees that we wanted and had here, we were going to drop them in one location or maybe two locations and everybody in the island would be able to come pick up 1 or 2 trees to go back and plant in their yard, just to help push food security. So if the member wants a Namdok tree, he shall be there from 5 o'clock in the morning, and he can get that tree. But it'll go, I assume it'll probably be a long line. As soon as we have the trees on the ground, we'll make that announcement of that day. We do have the coconut trees. We have the lime trees already on the ground, and we're looking to just get all of the mango trees and the other fruit trees that we will be giving away to help with food security. Mr. Speaker, thank you for letting me just push that in a little interjection in there that's not into this statement. Mr. Speaker, meat is our biggest food import category. So we've been working on that too. The department has been building a breeding herd of Jamaica Red Pole cattle. These animals specifically chosen because they actually do well in our climate. And this year we started getting those genetics out to local farmers. And in April, we reopened the stud bull program so that farmers can assess that breeding stock for their own herds. However, none of that livestock work means much if farmers don't have the land to work with. Our agricultural land use license policy was designed specifically to tackle the fact that only 2% of the land is arable. And through this framework, we're making subdivided crown land available to farmers at an affordable cost. The first 15 plots are being distributed, or I could say are distributed, and alongside that, we're building a system to properly register farmers on a map where food is actually being grown across these islands. It sounds basic, because it is, but it's kind of foundational information we didn't have before. Without it, you can't plan for the future well. While we're talking about making better use of what we have, we must talk about the arrangement we now have with the Caribbean Utilities Company. When CUC trims the vegetation around the power lines, the material now goes to the Department of Agriculture for soil improvement instead of the landfill. I want more of that kind of thinking across the government. We don't always need more money. Sometimes we just need to pay better attention to what we already have. And in 2026, the 2026 paid internship program on page 27 is open to Caymanian students 17 and over in the veterinarian service, the plant protection, agriculture health inspection, among others. If we can't get young Caymanians to see agriculture as a career worth having, not a backup plan, not something their grandparents did, but a real profession with a real future, then everything we've set up so far will eventually wind down, and the internship program is how we make sure that doesn't happen. Mr. Speaker, housing, now all of this land, food production, all of what we've spoken about so far, they're only useful as the homes of the people have to go back to at the end of the day. Currently, we need over 3,000 homes for Caymanians. Not in a decade, not in coming years, but now. Behind that number are real people, families paying rent because there's no other option. People doubled up with relatives who love them but can house them, indefinitely, thank you. Young Caymanians who are all working full-time and still consider the home ownership a pipe dream. And if we don't move with urgency, that number will climb to 5,000 additional units needed within the next 15 years. So we passed the Registered Land Amendment Act 2026 In plain terms, your lender must now tell you in advance before your interest rate changes. If things go wrong, there has to be a genuine conversation before any foreclosure process begins, and your property must be identified, and your property must be independently valued, so you're not losing equity to any outdated process that doesn't reflect what your home is actually worth. No homeowner should find out about critical financial consequences only after the damage is done. That's now the law. But fixing the financial framework is one thing. You still have to build the houses. So we turn to page 11. The article there is called Building for the Future, and I want to explain that title means in practice. What it means is that every home the ministry builds, starting with Northside and the Flamingo Point, is built with engineering standards that account for earthquakes, hurricane-force winds, and the standards now apply to every developer on this island. Not just government projects, but I've decided that building will matters more than building fast. Building well matters more than building fast. And I've asked my team to hold that line even when the pressure to move quickly is real. Because we always got to remember, quality of how we build is the most important. Mr. Speaker, let me be clear. Nobody in this honorable House understands the absolute urgency of putting roofs over our people's head more than I do. I feel that weight every single day. Matter of fact, the member for West Bay West reminds me of that every single day too. At least every caucus, I would say. But I also want to remind the detractors who are shouting for us to just throw up walls overnight, rushing into building at the scale our people need without a resilient and sustainable plan is a recipe for disaster. We are not just building for the next election cycle. We are building for the next generation. As the old saying goes, Mr. Speaker, time longer than rope. Those who are rushing us will be the very same ones pointing their fingers in the storm comes and compromise the poorly planned structures. I refuse to let that be the legacy of this ministry. That is why, for the past couple of months, my ministry has been proactively meeting with the top-tier international developers. We have cast the net wide, engaging experts with proven track records in building resilient homes and structures across every single continent. We wanted to see what works globally. We wanted to see what works globally so we can find exactly what the best suited for the unique environment of the Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, what I can say is since we rolled out the housing policy, there has been different type of developers from around, not only in the Cayman Islands, but from around the Caribbean, as far as Canada, the US, some out of South America, have come to see us, but after they have read the housing policy, to give us ideas and ways that they think we can lower the building costs and how they would look to help us work to get to the 3,000 homes that we are short of. Speaker, we wanted the best data, the best technology, and the best partners. We want to get it right, Mr. Speaker, and I am pleased to inform this House that we are now actively narrowing down the options and we have been exploring. We are moving forward with a purpose, that we are moving forward with a plan, and we will build homes that stand the test of time. So Speaker, there's just going into that, a lot of the individuals that have came to the island, what we have done is we've put them through to make sure that they are meeting all of the tests that we need to meet our standards, our codes, the Miami-Dade codes, meeting our regulations. The member for the director of planning has met with all of them to make sure that this is something suitable, along with the chief officer, deputy chief officer for planning. And we continue to meet with individuals to see how we can lower the cost of construction. Page 13 has the 10-year public affordable housing strategy plan. We knew patchwork solutions weren't going to move the needle on the shortage of this scale. So we built a decade-long roadmap with real data behind it, including a residential property price index. So we actually understand what the market has been doing. The Registered Land Act and the 10-year plan work together deliberately. Once one protects you once you're in a home, and the other gets you there. We were tabled the Cayman Islands Public Affordable Housing Policy, 98 actionable recommendations, not suggestions, not things to revisit when the budget allows, but things we are doing with timelines, accountabilities. Page 20 tells you how we built it. We went out, town hall meetings across Grand Cayman and Cayman Brac, over 1,000 residents, real conversations, and more than 1,200 survey response. You spoke and we responded. Shared equity pathways, lease-to-own models, the mortgage guarantees, the down payment supports, a newly empowered housing authority that will acquire land and deliver homes directly rather than waiting on private market, a streamlined permit process with statutory timelines. Mr. Speaker, in my next budget speech, or my next sitting of Parliament, I will bring more update on how we plan to streamline those planning timelines for residential homes. I'm not going to roll our red carpet out today. I'm not going to stand here and tell you 3,000 homes are coming tomorrow, but what I can tell you is that the conditions for building them properly are now in place, and the standards and the data and the legal protections and the strategic framework. Year 2 is where those conditions get used, and I will be back here next year to account for it. Oh, good rain. Mr. Speaker, now I want to touch on something that affects all of us, the infrastructure. Infrastructure is the thing that either works quietly in the background or makes your life difficult in the ways that adds up fast. Let me start at the port on page 14. For years, and I mean years, the Port Authority of the Cayman Islands was operating the aging equipment. One of the cranes had been in service for 43 years. Now think about everything in Cayman that arrives through that port. Food, medicine, building materials, consumer goods, all coming through one entry point on a machinery that was held together by experience and hope, I can tell you that. That's right. So we invested $5 million in a harbor crane. It arrived in late 2025, and we commissioned in December. A purpose-built maritime equipment, not the modified construction cranes that were being used before. Superior stability, faster turnaround times, no more hook speed, bottlenecks that were slowing cargo flow, and scheduled maintenance on older units no longer means a total standstill on cargo operations. We also sent Caymanian operators and technicians to Germany for specialized factory training, because the hardware is only as good as the people running it. The PACI board chairman, Klein Glidden, said it well. The crane not only enhances productivity, it improves safety for staff and ensures that the Port Authority can meet the growing demands of our economy. The port investments is a great example of how we think about infrastructure as a ministry. Decisively, strategically, with the long-term future in mind, and that same thinking carried over to how we've approached the roads, and turn with me on page 28. Cayman roads are under pressure. The island is growing economically, physically, in population, and the transport network has been trying to keep pace for years. The ministry shifted from reactive maintenance to a forward-looking strategy, less patching, more planning, and here's what that looks like. The biggest piece of news I can give you on infrastructure is the East-West Arterial, the 10-mile of road connection from Hurst Road to Frank Sound Road. Construction resumes on September the 26th, and I've said that publicly. It's in the magazine on page 18 and 21, and I want to say it here too. There's absolutely no ambiguity. September 2026, sorry. Mr. Speaker, this road is also a hurricane evacuation route for a corridor that currently doesn't have one. I want people to understand that the dimensions of it, because it's not just about a commute times, it's about what happens when serious storm comes and we need to move people quickly and safely. We went through the full environmental impact assessment process. It's done. The approvals are in place, and we did it the way because the building a road through the ecosystem without an idea of a potential impacts would have been irresponsible. Of course, we can't talk about roads without mentioning the traffic amendment validation bill, Mr. Speaker, on them poor e-bikes and e-scooters. It became common on our roads, faster than our laws could track. The old Traffic Act didn't distinguish between someone on a push bike and someone on a motorized device doing 30 miles an hour. That gap had real consequences for license, insurance, enforcement, and for what happened legally when something went wrong. We closed the gap, and the devices over 15 miles an hour are now motor vehicles, license, insurance, and age restrictions of 17, and mandatory helmet enforcement started in March the 1st. And we ran months of public education before enforcement began. From there, the question became, how do you enforce road safety at scale when you can put officers at every corner? The answer is integrated traffic management and enforcement system. The request for proposals went out in February the 26th for fixed and portable speed cameras. I want to be clear about what this system is actually for, because I know speed cameras land differently depending on who you ask. And the cameras identify the black spots that specifically locations where near misses happen repeatedly, where accidents rates are consistently evaluated. That data tells us where to invest in road improvements on consistent enforcement changes and how people drive over time. If you're driving the speed limit, these cameras are invisible to you. That's the point. Mr. Speaker, I also want to give a proper moment to the human side of the road safety, the after the impact. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, the annual road safety poster competition in partnership with the Cayman Cycling, because cameras and legislation are only part of the picture. I've watched some of this content, and these are real people telling real stories about how a single decision on a road changed everything. Mr. Speaker, I grew up on these islands. I grew up watching my family navigate the same things that most Caymanian families navigate. The cost of living here, the questions of whether you can afford to stay, the quiet anxiety that comes with not knowing if the next generation will be able to call this place a home the way we did. And somewhere between that upbringing and this honorable house, I made a decision that the best way I could honor this island is to give was to try to give something back to it. That's not in the magazine, but it's one of the reasons I took this job. Because when I look at the families waiting for affordable housing, and I don't just see housing in a deficit, I see people I recognize. When I look at farmers trying to make a living on limited arable land, I see the same determination that built this island in the first place. When I look at the eastern districts, the residents who have been patient about the road for longer than they should have to be. I know those roads, and I've sat in that traffic. I won't pretend that year one solved all of that, but what it did was put in place the conditions under which we can. And it now comes to the part where we show every year after this one and deliver on what those foundations are promised. I said to myself that I wanted to give you the honest account of this past year, and I believe I've done that. And this country gave me everything, and everything I'm doing as the Minister of Planning, Lands, Agriculture and Housing, and Infrastructure. And it is my attempt to return the favor back to this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister of Health and Environment, Sustainability.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health, Environment and Sustainability. Make sure I got to the beginning here, sorry. Apologies, 1 minute. Mr. Speaker, I would like to make a statement on behalf of the Ministry for Health, Environment and Sustainability on advancing workplace health and safety across the Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, as a parent, one of the most important hopes I carry each day is that my family and loved ones leave home in the morning and return safely at the end of the day. And I'm sure that that is the hope. It's not mine alone. It is shared by families across all 3 of the Cayman Islands. It is shared by the spouse who watches a loved one leave for a construction site, and by the child whose parent works around heavy equipment, chemicals, waste management operations, vector control activities, laboratories, public facilities, roads, workshops, or other environments where hazards may exist. It is a hope shared by every family that expects quite reasonably that the person they love will return home safely when the workday is finished. Mr. Speaker, some events in life are beyond our control, but many workplace injuries, illnesses, exposures, and incidents are preventable when risks are properly identified, managed, monitored, and controlled. No family should have to receive a call that a loved one has been seriously injured or worse because of a known hazard was not addressed. No worker should be unknowingly exposed to harmful substances without appropriate controls and protections in place. No employees should feel that their health and well-being are secondary to the task at hand. Today, I rise to speak about a matter that is both practical and deeply human: the health, safety, and well-being of our workforce. This is not simply a compliance issue. It is not merely about rules, checklists, inspections, or procedures. It is about people. It is about families, and about productivity, public confidence, good governance, and our duty as leaders to protect those who work hard to build, sustain, and strengthen the Cayman Islands. The Ministry of Health, Environment, and Sustainability, together with colleagues across government and our wider stakeholders, is committed to strengthening how workplace health and safety is understood, managed, and embedded across the Cayman Islands government and ultimately throughout the Cayman Islands. Our goal is clear: to move from a culture that reacts after something goes wrong to one that prevents harm before it occurs. Mr. Speaker, around the world, workplace incidents continue to cause injuries, illnesses, disabilities, and loss of life. High-risk sectors such as construction, waste management, agriculture, transportation, heavy equipment operations, confined workspace, chemical handling, and work at height continue to remind us that health and safety risks are real and must be actively managed. International data shows that construction remains one of the most hazardous sectors, with falls from height, moving vehicles, moving machinery, collapsing materials, and strike-by incidents continue to be significant causes of serious injury and fatality. Occupational illnesses also continue to affect workers, often developing silently over many years, particularly where exposure to dust, chemicals, fumes, noise, biological agents, or poor ergonomic conditions is not adequately controlled. These examples are not raised to create fear. They are raised to remind us of a simple truth: many hazards are known, many risks are foreseeable, and many incidents are preventable. Mr. Speaker, we cannot manage what we do not measure. Across the wider civil service, we must strengthen the way we capture, track, analyze, and learn from workplace accidents, incidents, hazards, environmental events, occupational exposures, corrective actions, and near misses. We must be able to ask and answer important questions. How many near misses occurred across our ministries and departments over the last year? How many high potential incidents were reported and investigated? What environmental incidents occurred and what lessons were learned? Which corrective actions remain outstanding? Were risks identified before they became incidents? Could hazards have been prevented through better planning, training, equipment supervision, or systems? These questions are not intended to assign blame. Rather, they are intended to strengthen accountability, improve decision-making, and ensure that we learn before harm occurs. One of the key lessons in health and safety is that serious incidents rarely result from a single failure. They occur when multiple weaknesses align: a procedure that is missing, a hazard that is not reported, training that is incomplete, supervision that is inconsistent, equipment that is unsuitable, or leadership oversight that is insufficient. That is why a strong safety culture matters. It provides multiple layers of protection. It ensures that hazards are identified early, risks are properly assessed, sorry, corrective actions are tracked to completion, and workers are empowered to speak up when something is unsafe. The objective is not to wait until an incident occurs. It is to strengthen each layer of protection so that harm is prevented before it happens. Mr. Speaker, there are so many high-risk activities carried out across the Cayman Islands that require careful planning, supervision, and control. These include welding and fabrication, pressure testing, excavation and trenching, confined space entry, chemical handling, respiratory protection, sandblasting, pressurized spray painting, heavy equipment operations, rigging and lifting, quarrying, waste management, vector controls, and work at height. And I'm sure there's many that I probably haven't mentioned. Where these activities are not properly managed, the consequence can be severe. For example, welding fumes are recognized as a human carcinogen internationally and have been linked to lung cancer, chronic respiratory illnesses, and other long-term health conditions. Without appropriate controls such as ventilation and respiratory protection, workers may unknowingly expose themselves to harmful fumes day after day, with the effects often not becoming apparent until years later. Similarly, within vector control operations, employees may require to work with concentrated insecticides as part of thermal fogging activities. Where inappropriate respiratory protection is used, hazardous vapors and airborne contaminants may be inhaled, increasing the risk of chemical exposure and potential long-term health effects. The human cost is the most important. A workplace injury does not end at the workplace. It follows a worker home and affects families. It can impact a person's ability to earn and provide, to care for their loved ones, to participate fully in community life, and to live with dignity. There is also an organizational cost. When health and safety are not treated as a priority, organizations can experience reduced morale, increased absenteeism, tongue twister, low productivity, higher staff turnover, increased compensation cost, greater liability, and a loss of trust. There's also a national cost. Workplace injuries and illnesses place pressure on our healthcare system, reduce productivity, increase insurance and compensation costs, and affect families, communities, businesses, and public services. Mr. Speaker, prevention is better than cure. But in health and safety, prevention is also better governance, better leadership, better economics, and better public service. The cost of prevention will always be less than the cost of failure. Our vision is to cultivate a proactive, resilient, and accountable safety culture within the Ministry of Health, Environment, and Sustainability across the Cayman Islands government and ultimately throughout the Cayman Islands. The vision is one in which effective risk management, leadership accountability, worker engagement, good governance, and continuous improvement are embedded in everyday operations. It is a vision in which safety is not viewed as an administrative burden, but as a core value. We envision workplaces where leaders visibly demonstrate their commitment to health and safety, where employees are equipped to recognize hazards, where workers feel empowered to report concerns without fear, where risks are assessed before work begins, where corrective actions are implemented and followed through, and where lessons learned are shared and applied. This approach aligns strongly with the government's commitment to efficient, accountable, and people-centered public services. It supports health and social development, strengthens public service delivery, and reinforces good governance and public safety. Mr. Speaker, a modern civil service must not only deliver services, it must deliver them safely, responsibly, and sustainably. The vision is not merely aspirational. Work is already underway. The Ministry of Health, Environment and Sustainability has begun the design, implementation, and integration of key elements of a health, safety, and environment, or HSE, management system, aligned with recognized international standards, including those set out by the International Organization for Standardization, ISO 45001, the global standard for occupational health and safety management systems. For those who may be unfamiliar, such a management system provides a structured approach to identifying hazards, managing risk, preventing work-related illnesses and injuries, improving accountability, and continuously strengthening health and safety performance. As of February 2026, the implementation of a health, safety, and environment management system has been formally incorporated into the Ministry's strategic plan roadmap and is being actively progressed across the Ministry. To support this initiative, the Ministry has developed a suite of health, safety, and environment standard operating procedures, together with supporting forms and documentation. These are intended to establish a structure and consistent framework across entities under the Ministry, beginning with the Department of Environmental Health. Key procedures developed and currently undergoing stakeholder review include incident notification and escalation.
Excuse me, Minister. Minister of District Administration.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Just to allow my colleague, the good minister, to continue her statement, I beg to move a motion that Standing Order 29.3 be suspended.
Thank you. The question is the Standing Order 29.3 be suspended. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All those against, no. The ayes have it. Standing Order 29.3 suspended. Continue, Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Key procedures developed and currently undergoing stakeholder review include incident notification and escalation, respiratory protection program, selection and use of personal protective equipment, risk management program, a health, safety and environment performance measurement and reporting, safety and health roles and responsibilities, and health, safety and environment inspections, monitoring, assessment, and improvement. These are not merely administrative documents. They are proactive and practical tools designed to support safer work practices, clearer accountability, improved reporting, stronger supervision, and better decision-making. The Ministry is also progressing the procurement of a centralized management software solution. This will support more effective reporting, tracking, analysis, and management of incidents, hazards, corrective actions, inspections, risk assessments, and performance indicators. This is important because good data leads to better decisions. Better decisions lead to stronger prevention, and stronger prevention protects lives. In addition, the Ministry is finalizing health and safety culture surveys for 2 high-risk departments, the Mosquito Research and Control Unit and the Department of Environmental Health. These surveys will help us better understand the current safety culture, employee perceptions, existing gaps, and opportunities for improvement. Before we lead change effectively, we must listen. We must understand the experiences of our workers. We must know where the risks lie, where our systems are strong, and where improvements are needed. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry's current direction is not based on a theory alone. It is grounded in practical experience and informed by lessons learned in the field. One of the clearest examples can be found within the Mosquito Research and Control Unit, known to many as MRCU. In May 2023, a safety and compliance officer was appointed within MRCU, bringing a dedicated focus to risk management and the development of effective management systems. Shortly thereafter, a comprehensive assessment of MRCU was undertaken to establish a clear understanding of the existing health and safety landscape and to identify any opportunities needed for improvement. That assessment included a health and safety gap analysis and a facility audit observation. The findings revealed that many of the foundation elements of an effective health, safety, and environment management system were either absent or underdeveloped. At the time, the overall level of compliance was approximately 3%. Mr. Speaker, this is not shared as a criticism. It is shared as an example of transparency, leadership, and a commitment to continuous improvement. What matters most is what happened next. Through the commitment of the MRCU leadership and employees, supported by a structured management system approach, the department achieved significant progress over the following 2 years. Its level of compliance increased from approximately 3% to around 40%, while many of the key building blocks necessary to support continuous improvement were established. More importantly, this work contributed to a significant and measurable improvement in safety awareness, accountability, and employee engagement. Key achievements included the development and implementation of a comprehensive health and safety induction program, both for new and existing employees, together with the creation of standard operating procedures and work instructions. Formal processes for the recording and investigation of accidents, incidents, and near misses were established, supported by monthly performance reporting and the systematic tracking of corrective actions. The department also implemented respiratory fit testing training and competency assessments, task-based risk assessments for employees and contractors, a behavior-based safety observation program, a formal health and safety committee, routine health and safety meetings and toolbox talks, facility inspections and audits, and emergency response drills. Mr. Speaker, these improvements did not occur overnight, nor were they the result of documents alone. They were made possible through leadership, commitment, employee participation, accountability, and a shared understanding that health and safety is everyone's responsibility. The lesson from MRCU is clear. When leadership sets the direction, when employees are engaged, when effective systems are put in place, and when performance is monitored, meaningful and sustainable improvement is possible. MRCU demonstrates that a structured and proactive approach can strengthen organizational culture, improve risk management, enhance employee well-being, and support operational effectiveness. That is precisely the kind of progress we intend to build across the wider civil service. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Health, Environment and Sustainability intends to lead by example and serve as a pilot for the design, implementation, and integration of a comprehensive health, safety, and environment management system. This work will begin with the ministry, with priority given to higher risk operational areas, followed by medium risk and lower risk functions. This phased risk-based approach will ensure that resources are directed where they are needed most, while allowing lessons learned to be captured, shared, and applied. But the vision does not stop with the ministry. Through this initiative, the ministry intends not only to strengthen health and safety across its department and authorities, but also to establish a practical, documented, and adaptable framework that can support broader adoption across the government. Achieving this vision will require collaboration across ministries, portfolios, departments, statutory authorities, government companies, and the wider public sector. It will also require meaningful engagement with employees, supervisors, technical professionals, and stakeholders throughout the Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, as we engage with the Workplace Safety Committee later this month, we do so with a clear message. The government is committed to advancing workplace health and safety in a practical, collaborative, and sustainable manner. We recognize that the most effective safety systems are not imposed from a distance. They are built through consultation, participation, leadership, and shared responsibility. This is not a one ministry issue. It is a government-wide opportunity and over time, a national opportunity. As we strengthen safety culture within government, we are also taking important steps to modernize the national framework for workplace health and safety. Mr. Speaker, stronger systems are essential, but they must also be supported by a clear, modern, and effective legislative framework. Existing provisions provide an important foundation, including the Labor Act, the Labor Occupational Safety and Health Construction Industry Regulations, the Public Service Management Act, and the Personnel Regulations. However, the nature of work has changed. The risks faced by workers have evolved. The expectations of modern governance have increased. Our legislative framework must therefore continue to evolve as well. That is why the ministry is leading work towards the development of primary workplace health and safety legislation, supported by a modern regulatory framework. This legislation must be practical, proportionate, and relevant to the Cayman Islands. It must strengthen protections for workers while providing clarity for employers, managers, supervisors, and duty holders. It must also support prevention, competency, effective reporting, and stronger accountability across both public and private sectors. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of legislation is not to punish responsible employers or burden organizations that are seeking to do the right thing. Its purpose is to create clarity, consistency, minimum standards, and a framework that supports prevention. Modern workplace health and safety legislation will help ensure that safety is not left to chance, personality, custom, or informal practice. It will ensure that the protection of workers is embedded in law, supported by regulation, and reinforced through leadership and accountability. And this is how we protect workers today and how we safeguard the well-being of future generations of Caymanians and residents. There can be no price placed on the life, health, and well-being of our people, but we must also recognize that investment in workplace health and safety delivers real social and economic benefits. It protects workers and families, reduces injuries and occupational exposures, improves morale and productivity, reduces absenteeism, I can't say that tonight, absenteeism, and organizational disruption, strengthens governance, builds trust, and supports a more resilient economy. Most importantly, it gives every worker the best possible chance of returning home safely at the end of the day. Mr. Speaker, good health and safety is not a cost to be avoided. It is an investment in people, performance, productivity, and national well-being. Mr. Speaker, the measure of our progress will not only be found in policies approved or systems implemented, it will be found in injuries prevented, risks reduced, workers protected, families spared tragedies, and communities strengthened. At the beginning of these remarks, I spoke about a hope shared by every parent, spouse, child, and family across our islands, that the people we love will leave home in the morning and return home safely at the end of the day. That expectation is neither unreasonable nor ambitious. It is fundamental. Every worker deserves to return home safely. Every family deserves that reassurance. And every leader has a responsibility to help make that expectation a reality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presentation of petitions, obituary and other ceremonial speeches.
I have received a request from the Minister of District Administration to do a obituary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, tonight I rise to pay tribute to the life and service of the late Customs and Border Control Officer, Charlie Philip Ebanks, a proud son of the soil whose life embodied the very best of Caymanian values: service, humility, resilience, and an unwavering dedication to his community and country. And tonight, Mr. Speaker, after a long wait from 2 o'clock today, I am honored to welcome the family of Charlie Philip in the gallery, his aunts, his cousins, his schoolmates, and also a number of CBC officers. And here in the chamber, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Director Marlon Bodden, Deputy Director Gary Wong, and Finance Manager Ms. Camille Beckford. So it's an honor to have them join, and it shows the love and the impact that Charlie Philip had on his work family and his family at home, that they're here to honor him. Officer Ebanks was a devoted civil servant whose career was marked by professionalism, discipline, loyalty, and integrity. Over the course of 29 years and 19 days in the civil service, he gave nearly 3 decades of faithful and distinguished service to the Cayman Islands. Before joining the former Immigration Department in 2007, Charlie served with the Department of Environment, where he established a reputation for hard work, reliability, and dedication to duty. He later joined the former Immigration Department, and following the 2019 merger that created the Cayman Islands Customs and Border Control Service, continued his service as a Customs and Border Control officer. Throughout his career, Charlie worked in every section of the Immigration Department. This breadth of experience reflected his adaptability, professionalism, willingness to learn, and readiness to contribute wherever he was needed. He approached every responsibility with dedication and a strong sense of purpose. Mr. Speaker, Charlie's conduct was exemplary. He carried out his duties with dignity and pride and earned the respect of colleagues across the organization. He was known as dependable, respectful, and deeply committed to public service, a man who understood the importance of his role and consistently performed his duties to the highest standard. One of the qualities for which Charlie was especially admired was his exceptional attendance and commitment to work. He was rarely absent and demonstrated a remarkable sense of responsibility throughout his life. This commitment began at an early age when he received recognition for perfect school attendance over many years. And that same discipline remained with him throughout his career and became one of his defining hallmarks of his character. In 2026, Charlie received special recognition from the Director of Customs and Border Control for his resilience and dedication to service. This honor reflected not only his professional contributions, but also the strength of character, courage, and determination he displayed during some of the most challenging periods of his life. Even after receiving a serious medical diagnosis, Charlie's commitment never wavered. Throughout his illness, he remained devoted to his work. He remained devoted to his colleagues and the mission of the Customs and Border Control Service. He endured difficult treatment with remarkable courage and would often return to work immediately afterwards, carrying out his duties without complaint. Many would never have known the extent of the challenges he faced because he bore them quietly, with quiet strength, dignity, and grace. Director Bruce Smith reflects on Charlie's legacy by noting that he was a dedicated and respected member of the Customs and Border Control Service, whose service reflected the highest standards of duty, humility, and commitment to country. He described Charlie as a valued colleague, dependable team member, and a civil servant whose character strengthened those around him. And on behalf of the leadership and staff of CBC, Director Smith honored his years of faithful service and extended condolences to his family and loved ones. Deputy Director Marlon Bodden described Charlie as having the heart of a lion. In the face of extraordinary adversity, he demonstrated courage, resilience, and determination that inspired everyone around him. He continued to serve with grace and selflessness, always placing others above himself. And Mr. Speaker, I would also like to acknowledge the reflections that were shared with me by Deputy Director Garfield Wong, who knew Charlie long before he joined the former Immigration Department. He describes Charlie as a humble, honest, and genuine person, and reflected on the close friendship they shared over many years. Having always felt a responsibility to look out for him, Deputy Director Wong was especially grateful that he insisted on taking Charlie for a drive just days before his passing. And during that time, they shared fond memories and visited several colleagues who were able to spend time with him and wish him well. Those moments have become a source of comfort and a reminder of the many lives Charlie touched throughout his career. Charlie's perseverance was a testament to his enduring spirit and determination to overcoming the odds. He faced his illness with courage and hope, supported by the love of family, friends, and colleagues. And members of the CBC family regularly visited him, accompanied him to treatment, and stood beside him during some of his most difficult moments. Their support reflected the deep respect and affection they held for him. Beyond his service, Charlie was known for his warm personality and joyful spirit. And many will fondly remember his love for the song, A Bar Song, Tipsy. I won't attempt to ruin this tribute by singing that song, Mr. Speaker. The enthusiasm and happiness that song brought him often became contagious. And I will say that I listened to the song on my way to work this morning. Lifting the spirits of those around him, it is a simple but meaningful reminder that behind the uniform was a man whose humor, kindness, and positivity left a lasting impression on everyone he met. These memories remind us that Charlie was more than a dedicated officer. He was a friend, a colleague, a mentor, a source of encouragement, and a man whose strength, humility, humor, and courage touched countless lives. Sadly, despite his bravery, despite his determination and unwavering spirit, Officer Charlie Philip Ebanks passed away on Sunday, 21st of June, 2026, surrounded by family and friends. His passing is a profound loss to his family, friends, colleagues, the entire Customs and Border Control Service, the wider civil service, and the Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, our thoughts are especially with Charlie's 9-year-old daughter. In a heartfelt reminder of both loss and hope, she received a number of school awards today, achievements that would have made her father immensely proud. And while she mourns the loss of her dad, she will continue to be surrounded by the love and support of Charlie's aunts, extended family, and loved ones who will ensure that she grows up knowing the values, character, and legacy of the father who loved her dearly. On behalf of the government, my family, my ministry, and the people of the Cayman Islands, I want to extend heartfelt condolences to all of his family, all of his friends, all of his colleagues at the Customs and Border Control Service. We share in their grief and give thanks for a life lived with purpose, service, courage, and unwavering dedication. Today we honor his memory. We remember his professionalism, resilience, humility, courage, and his commitment to country. We give thanks for his many years of service to the Cayman Islands and for the example he leaves behind for future generations of public servants. May all of his family, friends, and close loved ones find comfort in knowing that Charlie Phillips' life made a meaningful difference to the Cayman Islands and that his legacy of service will endure for years to come. May his soul rest in peace.
On behalf of myself, a long time friend of the family, the staff of Parliament, I wish to first of all thank you all for your enduring patience in waiting for us and giving us the opportunity to honor Charlie in your presence. We express to you our most sincere condolences and deepest sympathy. May God guide you through your grief. Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on behalf of the official opposition to also offer our condolences to the family of Charlie Philip Ebanks, in particular to his daughter, his aunts, his cousins, and his family at the CBC. Mr. Speaker, I knew Charlie most of his life because he's a couple of years younger than me, and always referred to him as Little Charlie. But when you're traveling, and when I used to travel quite a bit, there was always two things when you're coming home: the sight of Cayman Airways' tail through the window at Miami Airport, and when you arrived in Grand Cayman and you saw Charlie's smile. You know, those two things made you know how good it is to be home and how welcoming it is to come back. I truly was in shock when I heard of his passing. And so he will be missed, and on behalf of the official opposition, our thoughts and prayers are with all of the family at this time. And I'm so happy that we had this opportunity to pay tribute to Charlie, to you, the family, and to his colleagues. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Member for Savannah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate you allowing us this opportunity to extend heartfelt condolences. I'd like to take this opportunity to extend those condolences to Charlie Phillips' family, his aunts who are more like sisters to me, and his family that are here. I think they've been here for like last 2 or 3 hours. Just like to extend my deepest condolences, and may they find some comfort that Charlie Phillip is now at peace and have joined his mom and dad. Earlier today, Mr. Speaker, we attended the funeral of the late Mrs. Laurel Watler, who passed away at the age of 102. She left strict instructions, and the most beautiful service of less than 1 hour was attended by several members of Parliament. We send out peace and strength to her family during this time. Also, Mr. Speaker, a few others that need to be mentioned. On the 27th of May, Mrs. Graciela Terry, we offer up condolences to her children, grandchildren, and great-grands. Also, Mrs. Stella Louise Ebanks, she passed away on May the 29th. Heartfelt condolences to her sister, Miss May Bawden, her brother, Mr. Richard, and her son, Mikey Ebanks, and their families. Also, heartfelt condolences to the family of my dear friend, Derek. Heartfelt condolences to the family of Mr. Michelle Trumbach, who passed away on June the 19th, whose dad, to Tina, Greg, Eric, and Nicholas, and the grandson, Nathan. Mr. Speaker, we hope those grieving know that during this sorrowful time that they are in our thoughts and prayers, and we hope the love of family and friends will help carry them through these difficult times. Mr. Speaker, you only have to surf the pages of Facebook on Bawden and Churchill's funeral home and see the many who have passed. We take this opportunity to also extend heartfelt condolences to all who grieve. And these expressions of sympathy are coming on behalf of my colleague, the Honorable Wayne Panton, and myself. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Minister of Finance.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer brief condolences to Charlie's entire family. Certainly can say that no words can bring comfort for a grieving family of someone taken from us who was so young, so much to live for, so much to give. So as I listened to the leader of the opposition, I was reminded that my friendship with Charlie surrounded mainly around American football. He loved his 49ers. I loved my Buccaneers. And then, of course, there's in our lifetime, the two legendary college football playoff games of my Ohio State Buckeyes and the Miami Hurricanes. He still says that we cheated to win that championship. And it was something that we just laughed about all the time. And those are the things that bring people together, is when you have those sort of common interests. Of course, he was an avid participant in flag football around here as well. And every time I came home, he'd be at that counter with immigration. We'd exchange a couple of thoughts, and it always reverted back to how you think your 49ers could do this year. Shh, boy, Raleigh, I don't know, you know. And, you know, it's just so funny how, as life has it, as humans, different things draw different people together. And you share life experiences and journeys in very different ways. But the one thing that I can say is that I join voices completely with the tribute offered by the Honorable Minister of District Administration and Home Affairs, because all that was said reflects what Charlie Phillip was: a good man, a good Caymanian, a good friend, colleague, father, nephew, son. And the latter would be where we had the majority of our most recent conversation, and I'll never forget, we must have planned to get together at least 5, 6 times. And every time, he couldn't because of taking care of his mother and his father. Every time, he would shoot me a message, can't do it today. And that stuck with me, because true measure is how you take care of those who brought you into this world. And he was certainly an absolutely outstanding and devoted son. And to father, all I can say to the family is deepest condolences and sympathies. To all of you, his colleagues, to his friends, and may God bless all of you, give you comfort and strength, and may the light of our Heavenly Father shine perpetually upon him.
Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, if I might, if you'll allow me just a few brief moments. I asked my colleague just the other day if he would share some sentiments on my behalf, because I was too filled with emotion. But it would be remiss of me today, knowing that the family is all here and we share such a close relationship. And I think that if they could, they would want to thank everybody tonight for honoring Charlie in this way. And to the minister for doing so. What I can say is, I know that Cayman is a better place because of him, and he has left CBC with a perfect example of how our people should represent the Cayman Islands, being the ambassadors that people of this country often see first. And I would say that it has been an honor of mine to have known him, and just to have been around with him in West Bay and to see how he has impacted so many lives, listening to everyone talk about his beautiful personality. There's certainly a void that we all will feel, but we thank God for giving him to us, even though it was for a short while. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Premier.
Evening again, Mr. Speaker. While we're going down the West Bay line, I feel compelled to rise because those who've been down here longer can maybe say otherwise, but it's difficult to remember where we've said condolences in the obituary from mother, father, and son in such a short, crushing time span. We just hear from Mr. Charlie. And I won't forget that service. And even that day, Charlie Phillips smiled. Even that day. He said, Dad's gone to be with Mom. And he's in a better place. He smiled. I'm there trying to console him and give him a hug. And he still carried a smile on his face. So I can't imagine what it'd be like for a family to have had that level of loss in such a crushing time period. It's unmanageable to me. So condolences on behalf of my family, and again, on behalf of the entire Parliament. I can't imagine it. Any support or assistance that you all need, just shout. We love you. God bless all three now together. Miss Roselda, Mr. Charlie, and Charlie Phillip. We hope that they're all together and the Lord is smiling upon them.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for the opportunity. I had the pleasure of going to school with Charlie as well. And I also hear my colleague, the Honourable Ralston Anglin, speak about the football days. And Charlie may have been the only West Bay who actually caught because Ralston couldn't catch me. But I do remember him with his number 52 Ray Lewis jersey on, and he played for the West Bay Hellcats. He always wore his bandana. And it was just an honor to see his competitive state. And not only did he have that competitive state in the field, but he had that in life. And the honourable member of the Leader of the Opposition talked about, when we get off that Cayman Airways plane and you come through immigration and you see him smiling and delivering that Cayman experience and that ambassador. And he's a true role model for the other agents to look up to and aspire to be more like Charlie. Because if Cayman had more Charlies today, we'd be a better place. And I just wish the family, Deb and everybody, we go back from the 60s and 70s in Triple C. God bless you all, and he'll forever be in my heart.
Before West Bay West.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the opportunity. Times like this, it's just so important for us to take the few moments that it takes out of our time to just extend our sincere condolences to the family when they're grieving and having grieved so much in the last year. Words just fail to adequately express the way that we feel and what's in our hearts for you all, knowing what you all are going through at this sad time. Many of our parliamentarians were reflecting on their years of knowing Charlie Phillip through football, through customs, and many other instances. But just yesterday, I was telling my house manager, and I was going back down memory lane and reminding her that, or relaying the story to her that, the family, Charlie Phillips' family, Griselda, Charlie, of course, Charlie is a cousin of mine, and Griselda as well, and how that day in 1968, when that plane touched down with his mother, Griselda, after having prepared for that initial trip, and the passengers on that flight that was so important to us, I relayed that story and how for a whole year we were preparing, because maybe a lot of you might not know that Griselda's father was my uncle's brother. And my Uncle Lee was the only one that was here for many, many, many years. And then all of a sudden, it opened up that he could get his family from Cuba. And so Uncle Lee's family was our family. And so, you know, preparing for a whole year for Griselda and Elsa and all those others that came on that trip, it was just something about the fact that you own them as yours. And it has always been that way down through the years. So just want to say that, you know, our hearts just ache and throb for you, but we just trust that you'll know and that the comfort that you need will be provided by those memories of how close you are. You're an extremely close family, a loving family. You do everything together, and you support one another unconditionally, and you always have. And that's such a beautiful, beautiful thread. You know, to be able to say, many, many times you can't say that about a lot of families, but you can say that about your family. I want to acknowledge my dear, beautiful friend from the time I was a child and into my teenagehood, Miss Daphne Orrit, who's closely related to Charlie Phillip, is also here in the gallery this evening, and as a former legislator, so I want to acknowledge her presence this morning, this evening, and the profound impact that she has had on my life. And just to say, we grieve with you, we love you, and like the Premier said, whatever we can do to make that load a little lighter and to let you realize just how much we love and appreciate you and are grieving with you, we're here for you. God bless you.
Member for Borden Down East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A lot has been said, actually, and the family of Charlie, please accept my public condolences, and also his work family, Director, Mr. Bruce Smith, Deputy Director, Mr. Marlon Borden, Deputy Director, Mr. Gear Wong. Mr. Wong, thank you for that drive. We all need friends who can take us for a drive. I, working around the airport for over 40 years now, you know I would know Charlie. And as a former minister, but as the opposition leader said earlier, in terms of arriving back home, as he said it, I remember seeing Charlie smile. And I remember in my training as a GSC back in the early 1990s, GSC coordinator, which you were trained by the FBI and U.S. Customs, U.S. Immigration in Minneapolis. And one of the key traits of catching criminals is the way that you approach the situation. And I don't know the statistics, but Charlie had the charisma to be able to catch any criminal because he was approachable, he was humble, and normally when you have that kind of personality, it's easier for you to catch a criminal. If you seem to be aggressive and non-approachable, it's harder for you to catch criminals, in my experience and my training. And Charlie had that special personality. And I want to say that, as the Premier said, what a reunion in heaven with mother, father, and son. And I wish the family God's comfort. I know a lot of the family. I think Debbie's right on the end. She kept peeping over, so I'm able to see her. And sometimes these glasses can't see further than 20 feet. But thank you all for lending Charlie to us at the service. He was a special guy, and he will be forever missed. I remember when someone sent around a picture saying that this guy from CBC had died, but the picture was a person who wasn't smiling, and I didn't really recognize who it was. It has to be a picture smiling for me to recognize it's Charlie. But thank you all for lending him to us, and God bless you all.
Member for Borden Down West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, tonight, just about everyone who spoke about Charlie's smile. I can say that for everyone in this chamber who's Caymanian and for Charlie's family, that when we arrive at the airport and we see that smiling face, we generally don't go through Cayman immigration line with any form of trepidation or anything, because we're Caymanians and immigration officers can't really turn us back. But, Mr. Speaker, I've had the privilege of observing Charlie on many occasions during my travels. And what stood out for me is the way in which he greeted people from other countries. And I think that, more than anything, is a testament to who he is. It is always said that one way you can measure people is how they treat people that they think they don't need. And when you see someone greet someone who's coming off the plane for the first time, and some of the people that are coming to our countries come with a certain level of fear because of Cayman reputation at immigration, especially coming from certain countries. And to see Charlie interact with those people, to let them feel that they're still one of the most important person on the planet. Because for Charlie, and this is just from my own observation, he didn't see a passenger, he didn't see a visitor. He saw a human being. He saw somebody that was somebody's father, somebody's mother, sister, brother, aunt, and he treated them as such. And I can say that we have lost a great ambassador, someone who opened the doors of the Cayman Islands using his face. And to his family and the people who worked with him, thank you for sharing it with him. And Gary, thanks for what you did to Charlie. I actually feel bad for Charlie when he's kind of that friend of yours, because I know how abusive you can be. Because for those who know Gary, Gary's abusive. Gary sends some of the most abusive WhatsApp messages to people, and I hope to God she didn't send any of those to Charlie in his final days. But knowing you probably did, because he'd be sending me some abusive WhatsApp messages too. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to use his friendship with Gary to judge him, but except just to say that he's a decent person, and that level of decency is something that is encoded in some people's DNA, and clearly that must have come from his family. And I want to thank you all for sharing them with us. And on behalf of the people that I represent, I want to thank you on their behalf. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, for the record, I'm talking about Gary Wong, Deputy Director of CBC, but I also want to recognize Deputy Director Marlon Budd and also Camille also. And I'm not talking about Gary Ruddy, the Deputy Premier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Opposition and member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thought you were talking about the Deputy Premier. If you see some of the messages he sent me. But anyway, let's get back to the matter at hand. To the family, I think everything that needs to be said about the amazing person that he is has been said. Didn't get to hang out with him as often. To be honest with you, I hate to say this, but most of the time I had interactions was at the nightclub when I was younger, and he was younger. But I didn't know he was probably the most laid-back, cool dude. You couldn't read him, unless you obviously know him personally. But I want to send my sympathies to all the family members, but particularly to CBC. Because the CBC unit is one of the last 3 standing units in the enforcement arena, along with fire department and immigration and work, that still has that very unique Cayman bond. And I know the family direct blood relations are going through a lot of turmoil, and these are the times you have to turn to the good book to ask for strength, because no other human being can give you the peace that you need. But the other family, the workers, including Gary that used to beat him up, Gary Wong, that is, I want the same thing that caused him to be who he is, that caused you to be here today, to make sure you continue to ensure that that happens within your unit. Because I know he would want you to continue to strengthen the Caymanian unit within that force. It's important. Makes it different. Losing a way. So I also pray for all of you to get through your strength and your difficulty, because I know some of you will say, he was like my nephew, like my brother, like my son, and you feel just as much pain as the rest of the family. So on behalf of the good people of Georgetown Central and my family, my condolences go out to both sets of families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Can you all rise and observe a minute of silence in honor and respect for Charlie, Ms. Walter, and the other people that were mentioned. Starting now. Thank you. Please be seated.
Raising of matters of privilege. Government business. Other business. Motions. Private members' motion number 8 of 2026-2027. Motion to advance the implementation of the Residential Tenancies Act. Continuation of debate.
Continuation of debate. I believe when the meeting was interrupted last night, the mover of the motion had completed his presentation? Okay. Does any other member wish to speak? Minister of Planning, Housing, Lands, Agriculture, Infrastructure.
You got a copy of the motion, sir. Mr. Speaker, I was so ready to debate this motion last night. I didn't even get to that chance. But, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, just a minute, can I invite the Premier to suspend Standing Order 14.1 so we can continue the business of the House beyond the hour of 8 o'clock?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the suspension of Standing Order 14.1 so that the business of the House can continue beyond the hour of 8 o'clock.
The question is that Standing Order 14.1 be suspended. All those in favor, please say aye. Those against, no. The ayes have it. Standing Order 14.1 is suspended, and the business of the House can continue beyond the hour of 8 o'clock. Minister of Planning.
No, I wanted to be able to reference to as I go along. Mr. Speaker, I just asked for a copy of the motion. Mr. Speaker, as I said last night, I was so ready to debate the Residential Tenancies Act, and then got what I call a monkerins thrown in your spokes and took you off guard of the whole thing now. And the demeanor last night to the demeanor today is so different. But, Mr. Speaker, as I reflect on some of the valuable lessons from the past, that I was reminded of the wisdom that was given to me when I was doing karate classes, and then when I was doing in boxing from teachers, and incite the influence and the approach of the challenges and conflicts. Your karate teacher often emphasized the importance of maintaining composure, teaching me never to let enemies provoke with anger within. The reason was clear, Mr. Speaker. When anger takes hold, the mind becomes clutter, and one loses the sight of the true purpose behind their actions. This advice has helped me to stay focused and grounded even in difficult situations. On the other hand, Mr. Speaker, my boxing teacher instilled a more aggressive mindset into me. As my teacher used to say, anything standing in front of you must be destroyed, encouraging one to overcome obstacles without hesitation. Together, these teachings strike a powerful balance between calm, focus, and determined action. So, last night, Mr. Speaker, I was in the mood of taking in consideration exactly what the boxing teacher told you to do. Anything in front of you must be destroyed. Encouraging one to overcome all obstacles. As the member for West Bay West, Bordentown West, would remind me sometimes, he said, Jay, you're a hammer, and sometimes everything looks like a nail to you. And it repeats to me. So, Mr. Speaker, I guess I'll tune it down a little bit today. Mr. Speaker, everybody started to talk about the housing policy. But Mr. Speaker, how are we to fix something if we don't have the slightest clue what we're actually trying to fix? All we knew that we desperately needed more homes. We didn't even know what type of homes, how many homes, or what people really wanted or preferred. Yet now, the opposition gets up on their soapbox and ridicule us about the policy. You have to ask yourself, why? Is it because they can't handle the truth? Or is it because they don't want to know the truth? The truth is, they never did anything about housing. And the policy exposes their complete, utter failure. Or maybe it just proves that they never had any vision for housing to begin with. Mr. Speaker, the policy was carefully thought out. It had genuine public engagement across 3 islands. Something they never bothered to do. But Mr. Speaker, as a government, we identified what we believe were the most pressing issues. 1, the mortgage reform. 2, the housing policy. 3 was the home program. And now, the tenancy law. Mr. Speaker, I have said this repeatedly on radio, in my speeches, and right here in this honorable House. We are actively working on the tenancy law. And, Mr. Speaker, I'll give credit where credit is due. The Honorable Miss Juliana O'Connor Conley left a proper draft right there for me. Worked on with her chief officer, our acting chief officer at the time, Mr. Wilbur Welcome, that we just had to pick up on to finish it, get across the line. I thank you for that, madam. Mr. Speaker, at no point did I say the law was going to take 2 to 4 years. But the real question is, why the previous governments before, when they were twiddling their thumbs for years, doing absolutely nothing about it? But now, suddenly, I'm just going for what the member mentioned, it's a hot priority. The member for Red Bay whines that he can't wait 2 to 4 years on me. Or 2 to 4 years, not directly on me, I guess, but can't wait 2 to 4 years on it, he said, right? Well, Mr. Speaker, if it was so important to him, why didn't he bring a bill instead of bringing a motion? Nothing but smoking mirrors. But it's that important to him. But it's important for him to bring the topic and say, you go do the work. But, Mr. Speaker, I made it loud and clear from last night. I wasn't supporting no motions. And I'm making it loud and clear now, I'm not supporting this one. So he knows the law is close. And now he is trying to pretend he's out there forcing the government's hand and his path. And he needs to stop trying to ride this red carpet. This red carpet, I could soon have to change it. They have walked it out. You can see the footprints through it now. If we don't roll a carpet out, they don't have nothing to walk on. But, Mr. Speaker, as I mentioned, I have no choice but to reject this motion today. And I look forward to a proper debate when we bring the bill forward. And I do hope at that time that the opposition actually files any changes that they think really needs to be changed. But not just say in the debate that this should be fixed and that. Substantial changes that needs to be filed. Amendments that they think need to be done. Let's do some work. I do my work. I bring the bill. You don't like sections of it, you put in and file the amendments. And let's debate the amendments. Don't come and ask J.E. Banks again about making any changes to any bill for anybody. I did that for him one time now, and I won't do it again. So the next time you find somebody else to do it. So, Speaker, the problem is the tenancy law needs to be revamped all over. It just isn't a piecemeal approach. And as I mentioned, the member for Cayman East did a lot of work already. So much so that I spoke to my chief officer and I told him, I said, we need to just finish. Let's get a white paper out now. Let's get the consultation out there to see, get the feedback from the individuals, because we want to be able to have this here for the September sitting of Parliament. We did the mortgage reform. We did the housing policy. We did the home program, ready to go to cabinet. And now we're working on the tenancy law. All in one single year. And that's just one section of the ministry. And if you think that that's not getting a lot of work done, they think again. But, Mr. Speaker, as I started off saying, last night I was in the mood listening, just hearing it, my old boxing teacher in the background telling me what we need to do. Tonight I'm just going to take the mood of what my old karate teacher told me to do. So I'm going to take it very smooth and just politely say the government cannot support this at this time. And when we're back in September, any amendments that's needed then, they can put forward their amendments to the bill. And we can move forward and have a healthy debate then. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Now I'll ask the mover if he wishes to exercise his right of reply.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank the honourable member for his response. I regret that he isn't going to accept the motion, and the government isn't going to accept the motion, but that is their choice, sir. As I said last night, I was responding to phone calls, discussions, conversations, and WhatsApp messages from constituents who were addressing concerns they had with regards to rent. I read one of those WhatsApp messages, sir. And I said at the time, it was a lady that everyone in this house knows. My intention is not to show up the minister, far from it. I am not, as I said last night, trying to steal any thunder. I have never heard the minister refer to his intention to bring the Residential Tenancies Act. If he has mentioned it in this parliament, when I was here and I heard it, I asked him, obviously not tonight, but I asked him to tell me when it was, because Roy Tatum don't remember it. Mr. Speaker, what I do know is this. When I sat down and looked through the National Housing Report, specifically around broad areas, two broad areas, what homes may be being built, but more importantly for this, for what we need here now, is what was happening with the Residential Tenancies Act 2009 that was in that report. And as he has said, he was been aware of needed to be brought. And as he's also said, there's a lot of work done by my colleague from Cayman East that was left there for him. His debate, Mr. Speaker, not debate, the statement that he made when he presented that report was wafer thin. That was it, sir. This is the Hansards. Nothing in here, sir, says anything about the Residential Tenancies Act. There's two brief mentions about rents, which I've highlighted in yellow. I never heard the gentleman, the member, refer to the intention to bring it. I go by what I see. Nothing in the statement referred to it. When I'm looking through the report, sir, refers to between 2 years and 4 years. That's what is on paper. That's what is in the strategy document. Mr. Speaker, today, in response to a question the minister said to this Parliament, I would like to emphasize that this is a 10-year strategic plan, the plan that refers to the need to implement the Residential Tenancies Act 2009. This is a 10-year strategic plan, and the recommendations have various estimated timelines ranging from approximately 2 to 10 years. Again today, in reference to what is in that strategy document, it says 2 to 10 years. There is nothing I have seen and nothing I heard about the intention to bring a Residential Tenancies Act until the morning of the King's birthday parade when the minister asked who was bringing it. I think he knew who was bringing it. I said, I am minister. He asked me if I'd be willing to withdraw it since he was intending to bring a law in September. And I said, that's good to know, sir, but I have already said to my constituents that I've filed the motion, and I was quite content in carrying on. And if he was going to the Honourable Leader of the Opposition was there as well, and the Honourable Leader of the Opposition suggested to him, Mr. Speaker, that perhaps a quick thing would just be to accept it. He'll do what he needs to do, and we could carry on. But instead, we're making accusations about what my intentions are and all these kind of things. Far from it, sir. I never intended to get here. I thought it'd be a nice moment that we could be working together. The member asked why I didn't bring a bill instead of a motion. I didn't have to, Mr. Speaker. There's a 2009 Act that was passed by the Parliament awaiting to be implemented. The strategy report stated an intention to implement it between 2 and 4 years. 2 and 4 years. So there's no need for me to bring a bill. But I brought a motion looking to see if I could spur the government on to actually acting a bit quicker. That was my intention. Mr. Speaker, the honourable member had references to enemies and a kung fu reference and a boxing reference. I won't go there, but it reminded me of my childhood when I used to watch a TV show called Kung Fu. And the quip throughout the whole thing often was, patience, grasshopper, patience. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to delay this any longer. The government has said what they're going to do. I've stated my reasons. I've stated my rationale. And I did what I needed to do because, like the good minister, and he is my friend, but like the good minister, well, I'm hoping he's my friend, like the good minister, I have constituents that I represent as well, as does he. So he should understand why I'm here representing my constituents, and by extension, the wider people of the Cayman Islands. So, Mr. Speaker, I will end it there. And as I said last night, as I take my seat, no one is going to let me believe that anything was going to happen any sooner, because I know what I've read and I know what was not said. And on that note, sir, I take my seat. Thank you.
The question is, be it therefore resolved that the government considers undertaking a formal review of the Residential Tenancies Act and related draft regulations for the purpose of identifying any amendments necessary to reflect current housing conditions, modern standards, and best practices. And be it further resolved that the government considers bringing to this Honourable House by January the 31st, 2027, any legislation or amendments considered necessary to facilitate the commencement and implementation of the Residential Tenancies Act. All those in favour, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those against? No.
Division, Mr. Speaker.
Madam Clerk, can we get the clock going for the 3 minutes so everybody can be inside? There you go.
Honorable Andre Ebanks,
No.
Honorable Gary Rutty,
No.
Honorable Catherine Ebanks Wilkes,
No.
Honorable Ralston Anglin,
No.
Honorable Johanna Ebanks,
No.
Honorable Isaac Rankin,
No.
Honorable Nicholas DaCosta,
No.
Honorable Wayne Panton,
No.
Miss Heather Bodden,
No.
Mrs. Julie Hunter,
No.
Honorable Michael Miles, absent. Honorable Joseph Hugh,
Yes.
Honorable Kenneth Bryan,
Yes.
Honorable Perlina McGaw Lumsden,
Yes.
Honorable Juliana O'Connor Connolly, Mr. Roy Tatum,
Aye.
Mr. Roy McTaggart,
Aye.
Mr. Dwayne Seymour,
Abstain.
Mr. Christopher Saunders,
Abstain.
The result of the division is 6 ayes, 10 noes, 2 abstentions, 1 absent. The motion has been rejected.
Private Members Motion number 4 of 2026-2027. Motion to ensure fair compensation and establish statutory timelines for compulsory land acquisition. To be moved by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, elected member for Georgetown North, and seconded by the Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition, elected member for Georgetown Central.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move private members' motion number 4 of 2026-2027, a motion to ensure fair compensation and establish statutory timelines for compulsory land acquisition.
The motion has been moved. Is there a seconder?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion.
Motion has been moved and seconded. Does the mover wish to speak thereto? Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I guess I should read the motion into the Hansard, sir. Mr. Speaker, I rise to offer a contribution to private members' motion number 4 of 2026-2027, a motion to ensure fair compensation and establish statutory timelines for compulsory land acquisition. Whereas Section 15(1) of the Cayman Islands Constitution, Order 2009, recognizes and protects the rights of every person to the peaceful enjoyment of their property and provides that no property shall be compulsory taken possession of except in accordance with law for a public purpose and upon the payment of fair compensation within a reasonable time. And whereas the power of compulsory acquisition is an extraordinary power of the executive which, while necessary for national development and public infrastructure, must be exercised with transparency, proportionality, procedural fairness, and due regard for the constitutional rights and legitimate interests of affected landowners. And whereas under the Land Acquisition Act 1995 revision, government is empowered to acquire private land for public purposes through a statutory process involving valuation, gazettal, vesting, and compensation, and under the Lands and Survey Regulation 2018 revision, the Lands and Survey Department is responsible for the administration and valuation of lands on behalf of the government. And whereas the current statutory framework contemplates distinct stages in the acquisition process, including valuations, publication of notices in the Gazette, and final acquisition or vesting, but does not presently prescribe sufficiently clear timelines between those stages, nor expressly require updated valuations where material delays occur. And whereas prolonged delays between the initial valuation of property and the eventual acquisition, vesting, or payment of compensation may result in compensation that no longer reflects the true market value of the property at the time of deprivation, particularly in a rapidly evolving real estate market such as that of the Cayman Islands. And whereas the use of outdated valuations in circumstances of significant delay may result in financial prejudice to landowners and may undermine the constitutional principle of fair and equitable compensation. And whereas public confidence in the integrity and legitimacy of compulsory acquisition depends not only upon the legality of the process, but also upon the assurance that affected landowners are treated fairly, reasonably, and equitably by the government. And whereas comparable democratic and Commonwealth jurisdictions increasingly recognize that fairness in compulsory acquisition requires valuations, methodologies, and procedural safeguards that reflect market confidence at or near the date of acquisition and provide mechanisms to address unreasonable delays. Be it now therefore resolved that the government considers taking immediate steps to review and amend the legislative and regulatory framework governing compulsory land acquisitions, including the Land Acquisition Act 1995 revision and the Lands and Survey Regulation 2018 revision, to ensure greater fairness, transparency, and timelines. And be it further resolved that government considers including provisions in legislative amendments and regulations to, 1, ensure that compensation is assessed based on the market value of the property at or as close as reasonably practical to the date of acquisition or vesting. 2, require that where a prescribed period has elapsed between valuation and acquisition, a mandatory updated valuation shall be undertaken prior to determining compensation. And 3, establish clear statutory or regulatory timelines governing the intervals between valuation, gazettal, and acquisition. And 4, provide for appropriate compensation adjustments, including interest or indexed uplift, where delays exceed prescribed timelines. And be it further resolved that government considers bringing forward the necessary legislative amendments and regulations within a reasonable time frame to give effect to these principles. Mr. Speaker, the motion itself is quite detailed, but I would like to offer a few words to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, this is a motion founded on a simple principle. When government exercises its power to take private property for a public purpose, the citizen must be treated fairly. The motion is not about preventing roads from being built. It's not about preventing schools, parks, utilities, or public infrastructure from being developed. And it certainly, Mr. Speaker, is not about taking away the lawful powers of the government. It is, Mr. Speaker, about ensuring that when government exercises one of the most significant powers available to it, the power to compulsorily acquire private property, it does so in a manner that is fair, transparent, and respectful of the constitutional rights of our people. Mr. Speaker, the starting point is not the Land Acquisition Act. The starting point is our Constitution. Section 15 recognizes and protects the right of every person to the peaceful enjoyment of their property and provides that no property shall be compulsorily taken except in accordance with law for a public purpose and upon the payment of fair compensation within a reasonable time. Those words, Mr. Speaker, matter, not fair compensation eventually, or fair compensation whenever government gets around to it. Mr. Speaker, it is fair compensation within a reasonable time. Mr. Speaker, the Constitution recognizes that while government may need land for public purposes, citizens have rights too. And Mr. Speaker, those rights must be protected. Compulsory acquisition is unlike any ordinary transaction. In a normal sale, both parties agree, but in compulsory acquisition, one party has no choice. The citizens do not negotiate from a position of equal power. It is the government who decides that the land is required. Because of that imbalance, Mr. Speaker, the law imposes a higher obligation upon the government to act fairly. That is why the motion describes compulsory acquisition as an extraordinary power of the executive. Mr. Speaker, extraordinary powers require extraordinary safeguards. Mr. Speaker, the issue this motion seeks to address is not acquisition itself. The issue really is timing. Today, there can be significant gaps between the valuation of a property, the publication of acquisition notices, the vesting of the property, and the payment of the compensation. Sometimes those gaps can extend for years, and therein lies the problem. Because as time passes, Mr. Speaker, the market does not stand still. And Mr. Speaker, I pause here to say that I completely appreciate, Mr. Speaker, that this has been going on for probably decades. So this is no one's fault on this side or that side, but this is just the way it has been. But far too often, it really affects our people. And Mr. Speaker, we all know what happens to property values in the Cayman Islands over the last few decades. Land values have increased dramatically. Construction costs have increased dramatically. The values of development opportunities have increased dramatically. A valuation obtained years ago may bear a very little resemblance to the value of the property when government finally acquires it. Yet, Mr. Speaker, that outdated valuation may still be used as a basis for compensation. That cannot be what was intended by the constitutional guarantee of fair compensation. An elderly couple owns a parcel of land in Rockhole, right around the corner, with 4 little rooms. They live in one and rent the other 3. Mr. Speaker, they have no pension to speak of, but they're not relying on government. They worked hard to build their little property, and they live with pride and dignity from the rents. Mr. Speaker, government valued that property in 2008. The acquisition process takes several years, and the property now is finally being acquired in 2026, maybe. Could be 27, could be 28. Mr. Speaker, during that period, the land values increased, construction costs increase, inflation increases, neighborhood developments increase the property's value, and rental incomes have increased. Mr. Speaker, the valuation done in 2008 is not enough to buy a piece of property and build 4 rooms or 4 apartments, if you can even do that through planning these days. This couple would essentially end up having to rent a place to live, or even if they found a small place to buy, they would have no income and end up relying on the government. Mr. Speaker, this is a real-life scenario today. And I want to thank the honorable member, and I want to thank his ministry team, and thank God, because they have been patient and have been working to find a solution. But, Mr. Speaker, under the current law, they are not obliged to do so. The owner could still be compensated based on a valuation prepared 18 years earlier. So, Mr. Speaker, that is precisely the type of unfairness that this motion seeks to prevent. Mr. Speaker, I wish to emphasize that this motion does not prescribe exact timelines, does not dictate special evaluation methodologies, does not attempt to rewrite the law from the floor of Parliament. Instead, it asks government to undertake a review and consider reforms that reflect modern standards of fairness. The motion simply asks government to consider updated valuations where excessive delays occur, reasonable timelines between the stages of the process, and compensation adjustments where delays become excessive, and ensuring that compensation reflects market reality as closely as possible. These are by no means radical ideas. They are common sense principles. Mr. Speaker, many Commonwealth jurisdictions have recognized that fairness in compulsory acquisition requires more than simply following a legal process. It requires ensuring that compensation remains connected to the value of the property when it is actually taken. Modern acquisition systems increasingly recognize the impact of delays and provide mechanisms to address it. The Cayman Islands should strive for the same standard, not because other countries do it, but simply because it is the right thing to do. Mr. Speaker, further to that is the timing between acquisition and actual payment. This has been an issue that needs to be addressed as well. I must say that in my experience, a part of that was lack of communication or lack of planning when acquisitions are being done, that the necessary funds were not, because I think most of the acquisitions, Mr. Speaker, are done by NRA for roads, etc., and the budgets are being held by lands. I think that is one of the bonuses now that we have those two ministries, those two subjects under the same ministry, that they can actually speak to each other and have the ability to plan ahead and have budgets set aside, which they should be set aside before the acquisitions actually start taking place. But, Mr. Speaker, I anticipate that some may wonder whether this motion could slow down public projects. However, I would respectfully suggest the opposite, because fairness creates certainty, certainty reduces disputes, and reduced disputes lead to faster project delivery. When citizens believe they're being treated fairly, government encounters less resistance and less litigation. Fairness is not the enemy of development. Fairness is the foundation of sustainable development. So, Mr. Speaker, at its heart, this motion asks a simple question. When government takes a person's land, should that person receive compensation that reflects the value of that land when it's actually taken? I believe most Caymanians would answer yes. This motion seeks to align our laws with that principle, Mr. Speaker. It seeks to strengthen public confidence, and it seeks to modernize an important process. And above all, Mr. Speaker, it seeks to ensure that constitutional rights are not merely words written on paper, but protections that are honored in practice. Mr. Speaker, government's power to acquire land is important, but equally important, Mr. Speaker, is the citizen's right to be treated fairly when that power is exercised. That is the balance this motion seeks to achieve. So, Mr. Speaker, again, the motion itself was quite detailed, and so with those few words, I commend this motion to this honorable House and respectfully ask for its support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Minister of Planning and Lands, Agriculture and Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Speaker, there's no need to waste time. Mr. Speaker, I just have a few questions while we debate this motion. Mr. Speaker, I just need a little bit more clarity when we are talking about land acquisition, compulsory land acquisition, are we talking about mainly for when we're taking lands for roads, or are we talking about compulsory land acquisition when we're taking a property that we need, that we're going to pay for, that we're going through the courts with or somewhere like that? Mr. Speaker, because there is a difference in the two. And my belief, and from the research I've done, compulsory land acquisition basically is when the government is compulsory taking something, and the government goes out and they get 3 valuations and they compare it to, and that's where they would end up paying. Usually, I would say compulsory acquisitions get paid very quickly. But I think the section that we all agree on, and I will just some clarity, is the roads law when it comes to compulsory taking land for road works. Whereas, Mr. Speaker, usually the way we would set out for road works would be to send out a Section 3. And in the Section 3, the step 1 is the creating or making a road for public. It's for the government way to telling adjourning landowners and public the intent to make a public road. The survey is undertaken to identify boundaries, consultation with the government to identify and adjourning landowners that are affected by the road. And affected landowners are given usually 21 days to respond. And in addition to the affected parties, government consults with the relevant agents only after the consultation that the Ministry and the NRA proceeds to Cabinet in with the Section 3. And government through the LSD writes to the affected landowners to inform them and invite them to submit claims. But, Mr. Speaker, one of the breakdowns that we have in it, and I think the member mentioned it in the motion, is the time period that we pay and the time on the valuations. So I just want to make it clear, when we're compulsory taking land, like we have one in court now, that we don't need to talk about, but that is what that is considered as a compulsory taking of land. But when we're taking land under the roads law, we send a Section 3 notice out, then we do a Section 6. But what happens is this Section 6 barely just says average square foot of what we're taking out of that property. And the one fall on, and trust me, it's a pain for me, because I see so many landowners that we have taken land from and that I have done so much cleanup exercise to get them paid, because I really could not understand why government has held thousands of dollars for owners for over the years and they have not gotten paid. But as I start to dig down more into it, then you start to understand, usually when you speak to some of the landowners, they say, well, me and the government agreed that they were going to pay me X amount for my property. I didn't know that I had to put in a clean form for the money after that. So just a few weeks ago, because we were talking about this motion, I said, guys, we need to make sure that we figure out a way to eliminate the clean form, and that when we come up with an agreement with the individual there, that we pay them right away. That becomes the claim. So when you sign with us, we sign with them, we can just walk away, and it's just for you to collect a check. But, Mr. Speaker, there's another part to it, which is the Section 5, which is the PCM section, which is the final cleanup exercise after a road is built. So if the original square footage was, let's say, 200 square foot we took in the Section 6, when we do the Section 5, that determines exactly where the road and exactly how much square foot was exactly taken. And then whatever remaining square footage is usually given back to the owner, or he's paid directly on what square footage was taken. So even though we may have said average it at 200, sometimes it may be only 150 square foot that was actually taken. And some landowners will get back the difference. We just did a whole cleanup exercise, and the first part of this administration for the whole Esther Tibbets. Look how long that road been built. We need to find another highway coming down on the Westway shortly too. But we just cleaned that whole PCM up over there. And that's how long that's been up. We're cleaning up all of Linford Pearson. Coming here, I hope we get full support in Finance Committee for the money that we need to clean up all of these road gazettes. But I just want to try to make it clear today that when we're doing land, when we're compulsory in land, or when the government is buying land, we buy it based off of the value price, today's value price, and it's usually based off of getting 3 valuations. The owner of the property can go out and pick a valuator himself. We'll pay for the valuator too. If you don't trust one of the ones that we use, you go and get your own, and we'll pay for it to make it fair for you. But one of the things that I want to make sure, because I know some of the individuals that I've seen recently, when we're doing this, that we make sure, we need to make sure that there is somebody with them to understand what they're getting, what is being done at the same time. So usually that's where they say, well, we want you to put in a clean form. You go get a lawyer to do this, or an accountant to put in a clean form, or somebody or your family that can help you put in a clean form, and then we'll pay you. But, Mr. Speaker, as much as I wanted to just disagree with every motion tonight, this one I really could not disagree with. I have to support this one. It would be very selfish of me not to support this one. Because I have argued the point from the time I walked in that government building why we can't get these individuals paid. And usually, some of them, if we can't come up to an agreement with them when they come into roads, we send them to the Roads Assessment Committee, which is chaired by the magistrate or somebody appointed by her. And they decide what that value is. So a lot of them that have been sitting, I've asked the team, so listen, if you cannot get a resolution between yourself and them, send them to the magistrate, because we need to close the case on them. We need to pay these individuals for their property. I do agree that there are some times where, as the member mentioned too, that where roads have been gazetted for a long period of time, and we've taken that section of road, put a gazette in there. That means that is a registered gazette, registered roadway on that property. That owner then can't do anything with that property, because if he goes to planning, planning says there's a road registered on this property. And because the Section 3 was done then, and he hasn't been paid up then, and sometimes we do gazette roads for long periods of time, but we don't build them right away. But again, I do agree that we need to be paying people at the current market value when we start to take the road. We can't have gazette a road 10 years ago, and at that 10 years, no, they couldn't do nothing with their land. And then when you come now that we decided we're going to put the road, we paid him on the Gazette. Another thing that is bothering me that I've seen recently is if the person sells the land to another owner and then put in the claim, the new owner of the property doesn't have the right to the claim. The older person that had the claim when the Gazette was done first has the right to the claim. And I've seen a property where it's sold over $1 million. And then the owner came back to NRA and said that he wanted to claim the for the Gazette. And I was blown away to say that, well, you sold the property. To me, it should be the new owner claiming it because we haven't taken the thing. But the law states that we have to deal with the original owner at the time. And we find that at least, I can say at least there's 2 situations right now in Georgetown where we see where that has become a problem. And the only how we can get away around in problems is if we go back now and we redo the Gazette and the new owner then could actually change it to be able to apply for it. But, Mr. Speaker, that dealing with it that way isn't the right way. Here, changing the law is where we need to start and just fix it and do a cleanup exercise. Because there is several people that have been affected. I mean, if these individuals could have taken their money and put it in a bank, they would have made a lot of interest off of it. So sometimes the government, as long as the government been held holding on to their money, 10 years, some of them 15. So 15 years. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to let the member for Georgetown North know that we are with him in agreement in this. And I know me and him have had discussions on the matter. Me and the member for Georgetown Central have had discussions on the same particular matter of how we deal with individuals. And I do agree sometimes when I see valuations, and I agree we need to figure out too on some of the valuations that we see coming in. Some of them are up, they're up and down. You wonder if they value one at night and value one at day. You just can't compare them sometimes, right? And it depends on who they're coming from. And then I agree we need to work on our own internal ones too, because we should be the most fairest person right across the board when we're paying people for their property. And sometimes I see the internal valuations are way down low, and I had to scratch my head to understand. I said, how could we get so low when all of the external ones are so? But I must say, some of the valuations I've seen coming in lately are starting to look a little better, starting to get a little better, right? And matching external valuations. So, speaking not to belittle this too much longer, I know we still got a long way to go. Long night and a long road to travel for me and you and everybody, the ones from the north and the east. So, member for Georgetown North, member for Georgetown Central, I just want to let you all know that the government fully supports this motion, and we will work, I can give you my guarantee that we will work as hard as we can to get this sorted out, because it has been a pain for me to go and sit down in a room sometime and see individuals and hear them explain to me how long they have been waiting to get this sorted out. But I can say we have done a really good job on getting them cleaned up. We have done several PCMs throughout. We have transferred several roadways to Crown. Right? We have been, and even from the last administration, there were several roads that we have been working on to make sure that we're getting them all straight, identifying where they're at and the locations that they're at. I mean, Mr. Speaker, even to our poor north side road, Oman Bay, was never no PCM done on that. We had to come through and make sure that we could set that road right through the middle of there to make sure that it was exactly where it was. Did all of that. So there's still a lot more to work to do. As we identify them, we send lands out to clean them up to make sure we're getting it all sorted out. So, Mr. Speaker, with that, I thank the honourable members, opposition members, for bringing the motion. Look forward to working with them, getting this resolved, and bringing back to this honourable House the bill in the near future.
Member for Deputy Leader of Opposition and member for Georgetown Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to say thank you to the Honourable Leader of Opposition for bringing this very important motion, but more importantly, is so happy to hear the response from the Honourable Minister. I can hear the genuineness in his tone, and within past experiences and conversations with him, I know it's been a headache from him from when I was in cabinet with him. So I just hope that all of his cabinet colleagues, I'm assuming, and caucus colleagues are in support for him to get this resolved, and would recognize there will be need for the relevant amount of funding for him to deliver the policy on the road and traffic strategies, particularly with where there needs to be compulsory acquisition from a roads perspective, and give him the full support that he needs. Also, Mr. Speaker, to give him the priority by way of drafting, because we know that there's a long list of priorities that is in the queue. And I ask that you give him the necessary support for him to go up the ranks, because this is an ongoing problem. I will share with you shortly two experiences in my constituency that will bring some light, that hopefully the minister can consider these, because I'm happy to hear that he's going to accept the motion. But I think he's going to definitely need the support internally. So though the motion will be passed, I want to put the necessary notes that the government has to support him financially, administratively, drafting, and priority. Minister, I would also ask that you consider when the review starts, and as the motion says, within a reasonable time, that all members recognize a reasonable time means as quickly as you possibly can. Obviously, life and death, other matters are more important, but this law does serve, in some cases, to be honest with you, it may be a far-fetched, but I'm going to express to you exactly what one of my constituents said to me. It's like a life and death matter for them. So treat it as such. In the first scenario, which the good honourable minister addressed in other conversations in Parliament within the last day or two, but the example is a hard-working Caymanian, former civil servant at that, gave over 30 years of her life caring for those who had special needs. As a cook, fed them, kept them nourished, then decided to retire. Now, when she was working, when the government acquired her property, it wasn't a big deal. She had an income coming in, but when she retired, naturally her pension, her income dropped by a whole 66%. And she only makes the required $1,500 per month. Like many Caymanians out there who have outside loans and obligations, and they would have done so because they had property. Didn't have the overheads, it was a rental property, so naturally, even in the older age, still had loans. And what naturally happened after that, the bank upon which she gets her loans is with credit union, and credit union will take out, because of their policy, is to take their money first for their loans. So that pensionable retired person gets $0 per month, while she had an asset with rent revenue and the value of land in the central part of Georgetown, and literally has to be asking for assistance from family and friends and supporters every single month, because the land that was taken from her, and I say that ever so gently in the spirit of this conversation, what was acquired or compulsory taken from her in the interest of public transport, due to the laws and the way they are now, can't resolve the valuation of that property because of the archaic way they're still set in. So, for example, Mr. Speaker, and this is the part I want the Honourable Minister to look carefully at. The current assessment process on evaluation of land is based on what the land can do in today's day. And Mr. Speaker, as you know, Cayman, before all of the advancements, people's plots of land were shaped funny. There were smaller pieces, there were bigger pieces. And unfortunately, this lady had one little small piece, but that little small piece had a house on it. That small piece had a rental unit on it. And it also had, sadly, in the terminologies of those who evaluated it, a wooden shack. Now, it mightn't be much to them, but it was adequate enough to be rented. They don't even put a value on that. They don't put a value on the house because the house is old. But what is valuable in today's evaluation specialists or stakeholders is different what is valuable to her, because she was able to make close to $1,300 a month on the two-bedroom house and the outside wooden house that has been there, even went through Ivan and still standing. Now, she lost that income because the government has taken the land, knocked everything down. That was her money. So she said, okay, well, I'm retiring soon. I'll have my pension, and government should pay me by then. That's been over 4 years now, Mr. Speaker. And she's my constituent. And it hurts me when she said, Kenneth, please get this land sorted out. Please. I believe this is going to take me to my grave, word for word. Because she's tired, she's stressed out, no money coming in, when the people that's supposed to serve her, her country, her government, has taken the last asset that she has. And she has to put her pride aside to go around asking family members to put food in the fridge. It's not fair. And the reason why it's not fair is not because that there's not a willingness of the government to pay, but it's natural that a person will say, I am not going to take it just because I'm in desperate need. It's like almost she's being pressured to accept something less than the value of it. And I'll give you an example, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry I'm taking so long, but it's important that, because I know that there's many people in this situation. The land to her, though small, and if now that the house is knocked down for the road, planning will never allow her to build on anything again, even if she had the land still. But that house was there before that. She didn't need to build something else, so it was valuable to her. It was worth $1,300 per month until she died. Now the government is going to come in and say, well, I'm sorry, we knocked that house down. The square footage can't even put a house lot on it. So therefore, we can only value it for land purposes, not for rental purposes. So she's not being awarded for the evaluation of the income that it would have made, plus the part that my honourable leader just highlighted, which is the evaluation they're putting per square foot was at the time the road was gazetted, which was at least about 30 years ago. My apologies. 2008, might as well say 30 years ago, where we know the square foot cost in Georgetown was a totally different price. So at the evaluation amount considering the fact of lost revenue, not only did they take the land, they wouldn't even wait till they resolved the payment so she could have continued getting the revenue from her house, the rent. Even if they say, government say, well, I'm taking this land eventually when I'm putting the road through, and when I get the check ready for you, whether you like the amount or not, I'm going to give you that. She could at least been collecting the rent. Now she don't even have the rent, nor the money for the value of it. A retired civil servant with no food in the fridge and the government has her land and don't want to pay her an adequate value for it. And she's suffering it through just to say, I need to be paid right. Now, again, I say to the Honorable Minister, I know that he wants this resolved. And this problem is that his technocrats is only going to advise him on the law that is before him. And then there's obligations as to when it comes to cabinet. How much can the cabinet override what the technical value of what the law says? And this is why it's so urgent to resolve this. And I'm glad that it is now in the Parliament's hands that the government is of the view that this law is outdated and it does not show a true reflection of people's asset. And you can put that in the cabinet paper when you justify a higher value compared to the current legislation that you have to use until you change the law. So I'm happy about that, and I'm hoping that the records here can be used to justify that we as a parliament are unified, that it's time to give fair compensation for land acquisition, particularly when it takes away people's homes. I mean, regardless of whether it's a home or raw land, they got to be fairly adequately compensated. But when you take away somebody's home, it's a serious personal thing. Mr. Speaker, to wrap up, there's one more part that I want the Honourable Minister to consider, and I know he would remember this one. The NRA sometimes acquire land for safety purposes for sidewalks. It's obligatory on some roads that if you were to change the dimensions or the layout of your property after it's been rezoned, you're obligated by law to put a sidewalk in. Now, the sidewalk is the land, the space, the square footage of where the sidewalk is the land of the former owner. Who does the sidewalk belong to? And we need to resolve this issue because, yes, the government and as a nation has said, in the interest of security and safety for pedestrians, this is an obligation. But if you're going to acquire somebody's property for a sidewalk for safety, and we all agree that that needs to be done, the people should be adequately paid for that as well. And I'm saying that particularly because one of my constituents on Crew Road, who I'm very happy the Honourable Minister helped assist me with when I was on the government side, a sidewalk was put in because the edge of the road, they were coming out into high traffic with the speeding dump trucks on Crew Road, and there were senior elderly people already having difficulty with driving, and they allowed NRA to put the sidewalk in because their fence, talking about Mr. Albert Thompson's fence, I'm quite sure he's comfortable with me saying so, they ran into his fence probably about over 10 times within 10 years, to the point whereby he was planning to put steel boulders in. And I begged him, I said, please don't do that, because what's going to end up happening if the risk factor of the road, because there's a bend there and a person crashes, then you're going to have a death, a spirit outside your house who died on your bend. Let me talk to my good Honourable Minister to put a sidewalk in where the corner isn't so bent, and he was ever so graceful to put that in. Mr. Speaker, I try so hard to bring it back to a positive place, and then I get distractions all the time. But my point was that I hope the Honourable Minister will also, I hope the Honourable Minister is able to rectify the payment for that sidewalk. Honourable Minister, you listen? the area upon which the sidewalk was installed for the family on Crew Road. And not only that, because it's a family lot, they need to resolve the dispute about the land because there's many owners on one house lot. Typical Cayman family, you know, everybody living on it, and the parents left it for the brothers and sisters. And in their older age, they would say, okay, then if we all going to get a little $50,000, each one of us get $1,250, and they can enjoy the little time when they're older. But yet still we can't resolve that either. So I'm begging the Honorable Minister, it's not a large amount. Please, can you get that part resolved as well? And I thank you again so much for your support. When the supplementaries come, I think we have a Finance Committee meeting next week. When those come for the Minister for Land Acquisitions, I hope that both of those are circumstances that I highlighted tonight for the Hansards can be accounted for. I think it's just over $50,000. I don't think it's very much. Can be accounted for in that supplementary. Please, I'm begging you, do that for me. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, that's my contribution.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? Not, I'll ask the member, the mover of the motion, if he wishes to exercise his right of reply. Leader of the opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be quite short, as enough has been said. I want to thank the Honourable Minister for his response and his support. And I just hope that, just to say that these incidents cause tremendous stress on our citizens that are involved. I mean, I had an elderly lady who had health issues. She had her house, and she had a little shack too, but she also had her breadfruit tree and her avocado tree and things that she would eat on a daily basis. And she actually had an officer from Lands tell her, do you know that I can just come and board up your windows and your doors and kick you out? You know, and thankfully she was relocated. And then I had to call the Honourable Minister to get him to, because the government wanted to charge her stamp duty in the place she was relocated to. But thankfully, the Minister of Finance assisted me in that manner. So these things are very stressful, Minister. But I hope that my bringing this motion this evening will shed some light in it to the rest of your government, so that when you do come to the caucus with these changes, they will understand where we're coming from. When you speak about the different types of acquisitions, you're right, we're speaking about roads predominantly, but my research told me that you could actually be doing this for future development. It could be for future industrial park or a pipeline or something like that. You could actually gazette for that as well. It doesn't just have to be for a road. So the law needs changing. It needs addressing. 100% right about the claim form. And some of the agents that they send, that the government sends to you know, in this instance, to Rockhold, you know, one thing about our people, they might have a tiny little house or a little room, but they got a Ring camera. And the lady would come, the beautiful blonde lady with her high heels on would come, and she'd stick the paper on the door and ring and run off and report that she had went and nobody was home. And this went on for months, but, you know, Mr. Speaker, I won't belabor it anymore. I want to thank the Minister for his response, and I hope that the government supports him and that we see some changes to this act in the near future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is, be it now therefore resolved that government considers taking immediate steps to review and amend the legislative and regulatory framework governing compulsory land acquisition, including the Land Acquisition Act 1995 revision and the Land Survey Regulations 2018 revision, and to ensure greater fairness, transparency, and timeliness.
Yeah.
Be it therefore resolved that government considers including provisions to legislative amendments and regulations to 1. Ensure that compensation is assessed based on the market value of the property at or as close as reasonable practicable to the date of acquisition or vesting. 2, require that where a prescribed period has elapsed between valuation and acquisition, a mandatory updated valuation shall be undertaken prior to determining compensation. 3, establish clear statutory or regular timelines governing the intervals between valuation, gazettal, and acquisition. And 4, provide for appropriate compensation adjustments, including interest or index uplift where delays exceed prescribed timelines. And be it further resolved that government considers bringing forward the necessary legislative amendments and regulations within a reasonable time frame to give effect to those principles. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those against, no. The ayes have it. The motion is passed.
Private members' motion number 5 of 2026-2027. Motion to establish a tourism climate resiliency fund for the Cayman Islands. To be moved by the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, elected member for Georgetown North, and seconded by the Honorable Deputy Speaker, elected member for Georgetown West.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move private member motion number 5 of 2026-2027, a motion to establish a tourism climate resilience fund for the Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, the motion reads, whereas the Cayman Islands economy is fundamentally dependent on tourism and the preservation of its natural environment, including beaches, coral reefs, and coastal ecosystems, and whereas the islands are increasingly exposed to the impacts of climate change, including coastal erosion, sea level rise, and extreme weather events like we're having now, which threaten both environmental sustainability and economic stability. And whereas key tourism assets, including 7 Mile Beach and surrounding coastal areas, are already experiencing measurable environmental degradation. And whereas several regional and international jurisdictions have implemented sustainable tourism financing mechanisms, including visitor-based environmental contributions to support climate resilience and environmental protections. And whereas there is a growing global recognition of the principle that visitors should contribute in a modest and equitable manner to the preservation of the destination from which they benefit. And be it now therefore resolved that government considers the establishment of a tourism climate resilience fund or a similar financing mechanism to support the long-term protection and sustainability of the island's natural and tourism assets. And be it therefore further resolved that government considers undertaking a policy and feasibility assessment of sustainable tourism financing options, including but not limited to visitor-based environmental contributions. And be it further resolved that this Honourable House affirms the importance of proactive and sustainable investment in climate resilience as essential to safeguarding the Cayman Islands tourism industry, environment, and future economic prosperity.
The motion has been duly moved. Is there a seconder?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to second the motion.
The motion has been duly moved and seconded. Does the mover wish to speak thereto? Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
I do, Mr. Speaker. And again, the motion itself was quite detailed, so I just offer a few supporting comments to go with it, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me begin with a simple observation. The Cayman Islands has spent decades building one of the strongest tourism brands in the Caribbean. Not just a year, no, decades. We market our beaches, we market our reefs, we market our crystal clear waters, we market Stingray City, we market the natural beauty of all 3 islands, and rightfully so, Mr. Speaker. Because those natural assets have helped create jobs, support businesses, generate government revenues, and provide opportunities for Caymanian families for generations. Yet, Mr. Speaker, very little attention is paid to a simple question. How are we planning to protect those assets for the next 20 years? That, Mr. Speaker, is really what this motion is about. How are we planning to protect those assets for the next 20 years? Mr. Speaker, it's not a tax, not a fee, not bureaucracy, or not even environmental ideology. It's about whether we are planning adequately to protect the assets upon which our tourism industry depends. Because, Mr. Speaker, if we are honest with ourselves, our environment is not separate from our economy. Our environment is our economy. Mr. Speaker, over the last few months, we have all seen reports that some sand has returned to portions of 7 Mile Beach. That is good news, and we should welcome it. But, Mr. Speaker, Caymanians have observed these cycles for generations, long before there were consultants, long before there were studies, long before there were computer models. Caymanians watched the sea, they watched the beaches, and they understood how nature works. And too bad we didn't listen more to them, Mr. Speaker. They knew what northwester season would bring, or what a good northwester could do. And many of us have seen the beaches build back during those months. But, Mr. Speaker, every Caymanian also knows what a northwester gives, a hurricane can take away. And, Mr. Speaker, hurricane season has just begun. Mr. Speaker, the question before us is not what the beach looks like today. The question is, what will it look like 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 20 years from now? One good northwester season is not a long-term strategy. And this motion is ultimately about ensuring that we have a long-term strategy. So, Mr. Speaker, I don't want this debate to become solely about 7 Mile Beach. This motion is about all 3 islands, Grand Cayman, Cayman Brac, and Little Cayman. Some of the most valuable tourism assets in our country are founded in the sister islands. People travel from around the world to dive the waters of Little Cayman. Many regard Bloody Bay as one of the finest dive sites anywhere on earth. Pause, Mr. Speaker. I had a nephew who took the Miami flight that stopped in Cayman Brac, and he was shocked. He said the plane emptied out at Cayman Brac. He didn't think they had that many hotel rooms there. So it just gives an example, Mr. Speaker, that a lot of us here in Grand Cayman don't understand how important the sister islands are to our tourism product. Visitors come to Cayman Brac for their marine environment, its fishing, its diving, its hiking, and its natural beauty. The sister islands reminds us that tourism is not simply about hotels. Tourism is about a place, tourism is about experience, and tourism is about the natural assets that make Cayman unique. And those assets deserve the same level of planning and protection as any other national asset, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I come at this issue from a practical perspective. Before politics, many of us in this House came from business. And one thing every business person learns is this, or hopefully you did. If you have an asset that generates income, you protect it, you maintain it, you insure it, you invest in it. And why, Mr. Speaker? Because the cost of fixing a problem is almost always greater than the cost of preventing one. We insure our homes, we maintain our roads, and we invest in our airports and seaports. It is only reasonable that we examine how we invest in protecting our natural assets that support one of the most important sectors of our economy. Because if a homeowner neglects maintenance, eventually the repair bills become larger. If a hotel owner neglects maintenance, eventually guests stop coming. And if a country neglects the assets upon which its economy depends, the outcome, Mr. Speaker, is no different. This is not simply environmental protection, Mr. Speaker. This is asset management. So, Mr. Speaker, around the world, tourism destinations are asking the same question. How do we sustainably invest in protecting the assets that attract visitors? Some jurisdictions have conservation funds. Some have resilience funds. Some dedicate a portion of tourism-related revenues. Others have completely different approaches. There is no single model, Mr. Speaker, which is precisely why this motion does not prescribe one. The motion simply asks government to examine the options, to undertake a feasibility assessment, to engage stakeholders and determine what, if anything, may be appropriate for the Cayman Islands. Mr. Speaker, I would submit that there's nothing radical about planning ahead. There's nothing controversial about studying options. And there's nothing unreasonable about asking whether we are doing enough to protect the assets that generate so much economic activity throughout our three islands. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, previous generations of Caymanians handed us something extraordinary. They handed us beautiful beaches, healthy reefs, and thriving tourism industry, and a reputation that is respected throughout the world. We benefit every day from their stewardship. So, Mr. Speaker, the question before us is whether we will show the same stewardship to those who come after us. Because these assets do not belong to us alone. We hold them in trust, and our responsibility is simple: to leave them stronger than we found them, Mr. Speaker. This motion is not about creating a fund today. It is not about creating a fee tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. It is about beginning a national conversation about how we protect the assets that have looked after us for generations, and how we ensure they continue to do so for generations to come. Mr. Speaker, the timing is right for this. There are private sector individuals in the industry who are willing to join with government, to match government funds, in fact, one went publicly to say. I don't think they will support putting this into some general fund or some vague fund that could be used for anything, but they recognize the importance of the tourism product, the coastlines, the reefs, and of course, Mr. Speaker, they want to protect their investments. So, with those few words, and for that reason, Mr. Speaker, I commend this motion to this honorable House, and I respect all members. I ask all members to support it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The House is suspended until 10:30.